Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Comic Shop Conversations. We've got a ton of really fun stories for y'all tonight and some drama. Love some drama to dig deep into. We're going to go over or hopefully a comprehensive timeline of some of the events that have recently occurred with the new launch of My Golden Patriot, The Golden Patriot. Yes, something like that.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about some of the controversy and the nature behind why we're seeing so much animosity there. We've got some news from Jeremy Renner after his accident and how Disney Marvel has been treating him since then. Wild. And then we'll talk about some Thunderbolts news because everyone's got an opinion on it, and it feels like there's a pretty even consensus, but they seem to be coming from the same type of people, so we want to check that out. And then finally, we've got some comic book reviews. What I mean, it wouldn't be a comic book show or a comic shop conversation without comic reviews.
Sure, Max. Sure. Keep telling yourself that.
Whose decision was it to review Daredevil every episode every week?
You're welcome.
Yes, of course. Thank you, sir. So I know that MG really thanks you for that because MG is in the chat tonight and he says, I hope we spend 4 hours talking about Jeremy Renner.
Just you wait. Hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your butts. So we've also got Cajun Corey saying, evening. What's happening, Cajun? Thank you for being here. Jamin D, who is in the chat. Good evening, sir. And we've got Jack Frost who says, well, I give you my 2 cents all the time. Would that be considered a super chat? Well, I mean,
yes.
Can we consider that a super chat? I don't know. But we appreciate your 2 cents and we appreciate your insights, Jack Frost. You're a wealth of knowledge. Speaking of super chats, tonight, if you guys look in the chat, you'll actually see I'm doing something kind of interesting. I didn't know that YouTube had this. This is a new, I guess, part of the platform. You can actually set a target goal for your chat. So tonight I said, hey, let's do 5 super chats of any amount. And after 5 super chats, I will release a video this Monday on Wolverine issue 65. I've been wanting to do it for a while, and I was like, you know what? This will be a good incentive to, do some of that. So, and speaking of which, our first one for the evening from MG. But it's a Canadian 5.
It doesn't count. Damn, that sucks.
5 loony. I'm sorry, MG. That doesn't cut it around here. I'm sorry, but well, I guess we'll just go to the next one. But nah, just kidding, MG. Thank you, brother, for the 5 Canadian loonies. And he says, can the video be about how amazing Spawn is and about how you are going to start reading comics again? I traded in all my original art and comics for 8 ISOM number 1s. All 9.8s, though. All 9.8s. I mean, what do we think?
Something, right?
Do we think that that's a fair trade-off? I mean,
I think
because you can't just have
paper
one.
You'll ever have. Best toilet paper you'll ever have.
But it's CGC.
Eric, according to him, I never told these to be collectible. I never meant it for that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, that's right. It's not sustainable as a collectible.
No. I never said that.
No. He sold strictly to readers.
Correct.
Readers are the ones that are.
Yep. Yeah. Obviously, judging by the stories and the characters. That
correct.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
And how all the hype behind it isn't like, oh my God, I cannot wait to see what happens in issue 2, where this character meets this character. It's always like, how much money will issue 2 make?
Correct.
So,
yep.
Yeah. All right.
Makes sense.
But MG with Spawn, I'll talk about how amazingly awful Spawn Unwanted Violence is. I'll do a video on that. You want me to do that? Because maybe
for life.
It's bad. It's bad. And I'm not even a cop. You were the cop. You should be the one who's concern troll. I'm concern trolling for you.
Thank you. I got too much going on right now. I don't have time to go into that. If I did, I don't know if I'd ever come out of it.
Kyle's like, yeah, I don't need that in my life.
Yeah.
So, but you know what, MG, maybe you can recommend some top Spawn books for me to review. Anything Brett Booth, I'm down. I have some gunslinger stuff. We'll see. But I do think trading in all of your original art to include Puppeteer Lee and to include Shane Connery Volk and others, which he has a plethora. I don't know. Like I said, you can't just have one 9.8 of ISOM number 1. You need multiple.
I'm surprised he was only able to get 8 of them.
That's a good point.
I'm surprised.
Because there should be thousands, right?
There should be a warehouse full. He should be able to get with that.
There's got to be 9 9s out there somewhere too, right?
Oh, there has to be.
Or 9 8s, but like there are dings and dents and everything. But it's just a 9 8 just because. We've got Zaxx in the chat who says, "I'm just back from Thunderbolts." Ooh, interesting.
Survived. All right, good for you.
You're back. You made it. Well, thanks for being here after the Thunderbolts movie. So, he said I had a decent time with it. The cringiest stuff is in the trailer. The kid liked it. All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
I've had some friends say it's actually pretty solid. So we'll see.
Okay.
I'm gonna see it tomorrow. We'll see if it holds up.
Zaxx, Quarterblack Garrett actually said, he was like, yeah, it's pretty good. It's decent, So I think he had fun. And that's kind of what I'm hearing. So,
hey, for Marvel, that's a slam fucking dunk.
Lately,
they need anything at this point.
Yeah.
But you know what Quarterblack Garrett also said? He's like, hey, cool, great job. Now make 5 more good ones that are better than this, and then we'll start talking about,
Yeah, fair. 100%. Completely agree.
MG says that Jeremy Renner Rogan interview, dude, was tough to listen to, but I must have dozed off during the Marvel part.
This is separate. The Marvel interview was from really a different interview, but Jeremy talks to Rogan about the incident, I think, the accident that happened. So
it was crazy to hear. I mean,
did you watch the whole interview?
I didn't watch. I got about I'm about halfway through.
Okay.
But yeah, him talking about it, because I remember when the stories came out and hearing about it, it's like, what the fuck did this drunken asshole? It felt like he was drunk or high and just like was doing something stupid. Like I was picturing that, like he gets run over by a snowball. I'm like, what dipshit does that? And then you hear Jeremy talk about what happened, and it's like, oh,
because didn't he like save someone? Like I thought he was trying to save like his nephew or something.
Yeah.
Dude, he's like a real life superhero.
Yeah,
he's like a legitimate real life
underneath the tracks, and how it's like breaking every bone in his body. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude! It's like, how are you alive?
Yeah, for real though. Like the fact that he's alive is insane.
Yeah, and not in a wheelchair and not all fucked up and deformed. It's like it's ridiculous.
Unbelievable, dude. The man is a legend, and I'm so thankful that he did not leave this mortal realm, because I think he has more to do in this life. So, but that's so wild. So yeah, we'll talk about him a little bit later. Kaiser, what's happening, dude? He says, "Sup, nerds? What's happening, nerd? Thanks for being here." And Kyle, did you get this man his book? Did we? Did we make a tracking number
here? We got that. We got it. It's out.
We got this going.
Got it in
started.
There. Yep. Oh, it's in. And it's not coming out. It is in.
Nice. Good. Yep. Kaiser, you hear that? You better
taken care of.
Well, this is just too generous, and I got to shout out one of the biggest supporters of the channel, one of the very first guys to really be part of this fellowship, Harley Dave, for $50 motherfreaking coming in hot. Dude, thank you so much. It really makes me want to say
What?
$50. You what? But man, this is so generous, dude. I like, seriously, I did not expect this at all. Thank you, brother. And it's proper money in the US dollar. I love it. So Harley Dave, shout out to you. Semper Fi, my man. And this is for you.
No mercy!
And in that same vein, we've got Cajun Corey for $5. Thank you, sir. A member for a while, and another fantastic subscriber, member, part of this fellowship, another one who's been super supportive of all of us here, not just myself. But he says, for the goal. And this is for the goal. So we only have one more super chat left to until I will start recording, and we'll have that video released by Monday. And for Cajun, thank you again, brother, for the 5, also on proper money. But let's give you some. I know you're not a Warhammer guy, but let's give you some of this.
I am iron. I am wrath. I am doom.
Bro,
We'll get you.
he's not Doom. Robert Downey Jr. is Doom. What the fuck? You get out of here.
Oh, dang it.
Yep.
Well, I mean, who's going to be Kang in Kang Dynasty after RDJ plays Doom? Who's coming back for Kang?
RDJ.
I say
He's coming. Yeah, he's gonna come back as a dude playing another dude who's playing a dude.
Guys, there's another dude.
What do you mean, you people?
His character from Tropic Thunder is going to be Kang. That's what I
Yes.
Kirk Lazarus as the Black.
That would be so rad. Oh my god. MG with a member chat for 13 months. Thank you, brother. He says ISOM number 2 was light years ahead of the 100 men versus 1 gorilla meme. We didn't know. Also, Brett Booth moved to the main Spawn title at 350. Whoa. Dude, that's some heavy lifting. The fact that Brett Booth can do a monthly title consistently, that's awesome. Good to know.
Can I want to get some opinions on this real quick. Do you think 100 men could take 1 gorilla?
No.
Whoa, that was quick.
See, I say yes.
No.
I think yes.
Because you're gonna, if you swarm enough that he can't focus, if you get some like guy on the back to like try to go for the eyes, he's gonna be injured. He can't see. He's gonna be trying to just get away. He's not gonna be in attack mode.
No.
Kyle, why do you think no? Why do you think no?
Grab a rock and
look. I've seen the movie Congo. I know what gorillas can do. All right.
I know what gorillas can do too.
If you knew what gorillas could do, you would be like, that's asinine to think that any number of men without weapons could take on a gorilla.
Listen, you take someone smart, this guy, and you convince all the fucking idiots to swarm the gorilla. And as they're getting, unalived by like the swinging hand of doom that's coming around, you have someone come up from behind and you're like hanging on for dear life and just go for the eyes. Just
Who's listening to the gay guy? Come on. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I mean, you're probably right. They're like, he's a faggot. Don't listen to him.
Yep.
So this is what you do. You get 10 guys to restrain the arms, 5 for each arm, right?
I don't even know if that's enough.
No fucking way it's going to be enough. You need 100 guys for 1 arm.
No, you don't need that many. Come on.
But you got to strategize.
Has anyone ever actually seen a gorilla pissed off? Like,
yes,
I don't think we
terrifying.
actually have in the. I can't even imagine a pissed off gorilla like going after 100 dudes. I don't know. I don't want to know what that aftermath would look like. But
I mean, there's going to be like 60 dead people, but it's okay because the 40 others will win. Yeah,
and that gorilla is shitting out 100 dead dudes.
It would look like Hulk when he like rips Wolverine in half. That's what that gorilla would do to a human being.
100 times. Yeah.
Yeah.
Easily, like it's nothing.
Yeah. Like it's just another day at the zoo.
Yep, but it's like gorillas aren't smart. They're going to be focused on like one, maybe 5 to 10 max at a time. Well, you know.
I mean, no, but no. So if you have two groups of guys restraining the arms, you get two restraining the legs, or two groups of guys restraining the legs, and then you have a reserve unit and you have a flanking unit, and then you have the main effort that's going for the head the entire time. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different groups of men that are like in this effort, and then you can have like another reserve unit, or you can maybe have like one going for the body.
The arms. What do you do? What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
You do kind of like in Endgame when Chris Pratt is trying to grab the thing from Thanos, the gauntlet from Thanos. You got to pull the arm back.
So you're just trying to Gorilla's arm back.
You're just trying to hold the arms back to restrain them.
And what are you doing with the legs?
You're either trying to get him unstable to where you're like, you know, getting his legs out from underneath him.
You see how this is slowly starting to fall apart?
Keep him on his 2 feet, because if he goes back, he can push with his feet.
Yeah, but he's got those short little legs. It's the arms you got to worry about on a gorilla.
Yeah, I know, but if you've got like 30 guys all kind of coming at him at once, all with the intention of like, let's get his eyes, someone's gonna get that asshole's eyes. And then
what if you go for the gorilla's asshole?
No.
That'll make him more mad.
This is not Ant-Man beating Thanos, okay?
Yeah, right. Oh, dang it. Okay.
I'm like, go for his asshole. They're like, the faggot would say that.
Of course he would say that. Well, this is a enticing, tantalizing, discussion here. I think the real discussion, though, is what happens with 100 women and 1 accountability. I don't think anyone wins that one.
No.
Marvel Star Wars fanatic says, "Sup guys, can't believe how they tried to do Jeremy Renner. These people are disgusting. I really enjoyed Thunderbolts last night." Oh, cool, man. All right, well, I'm glad to hear that. But you're right. Yeah, what they're doing to Jeremy is pretty disgusting.
Could you imagine if it was any female actress, Marvel actress, coming out and saying that?
Like Scarlett Johansson,
worldwide news outlet, everybody, it would be blaming Trump. They'd be blaming everybody under the sun. How dare you? Can you do this to this woman who is so wonderful and amazing? A guy says this. Who gives a fuck? Good.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad you don't need it.
And you're just like, yeah, why would they pay him more?
Yeah. We'll get into it later.
Yeah. Okay. Riding this super chat train this evening, Jamin D for it doesn't count, for the Canadian loony of 5 different loonies, and then I think I also saw him contribute another loony for the fund. So thank you so much, Jamin. We greatly appreciate that, sir. Thank you for all the loonies. I feel like I'm in a loony bin. This is for the super chats. Greatly appreciate it. And this one's for you, brother. And finally, we've got our great friend MG coming in here with another super chat, but this time for $10. Dude, you're the best. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. For 10 loonies, he goes, I'd send 50, but we don't make that kind of money in the 51st state. Deadly Tales, the Gunslinger is good, except the fill-in artist issues. 8 ISOM 1 9.8s or 45 Golden Patriots number 1. Golden Patriot number 1s. Oh. Well, let me... So, first of all, MG, I hate to say this, but we don't want you as the 51st state. You guys just reelected another, person that probably won't help. So good luck with that. We'd love to have you over here, though. So come on over. The water's
fine, right?
Yeah.
Fine.
Yes, Josh.
Yes, I would like to place my order for 8 ISOM 1 9.8s because I know there are retards in the world that will buy them.
And I think that's the right answer. I think that's the only answer.
There are fewer of them. 45 golden
45 golden Patriot number ones. Woo. Now, and here's the dilemma, and this is what we're going to talk about in a little bit. If you buy 45, or let's say if each book was $10 or something, $450, 40% of that would be going to Dillard after tax, after Eric gets his cut. So do you feel like those 45 comic issues would be worth buying to like help Dillard, but 60% is going to Yellow Flash?
Dillard. And I'll just PayPal him.
Dude, I was about to say, I'd rather just like, Dillard, send me your PayPal right now. I'll just Venmo it to you, bro.
The money. Yep.
Yeah. Because any money spent on Yellow Flash is not worth it at this point. So
agreed.
But yeah, in Deadly Tales of Gunslinger, that's the one that's pretty recent, I think, right, MG? So I haven't gotten a chance to read that, but it looks really good. So, but yeah, no, I think Josh is right. I think you got to go with the 8 ISOMs. Kyle, do you have anything else, or do you think that's the right move?
Unfortunately, fuck, got it. Yeah, you got to go with the 8 ISOMs. There is slab CGC. At least some dipshits will look like, oh, it's a slab. It's got to be worth something.
Yeah. Could you unload it? Yeah, I don't know. Someone has to. Jack Frost, I can't show this comment, but it's hilarious. He said, sorry you traded one F slur for another. That effort definitely cheated too. Too funny.
Mm.
Yeah, there's no third option. It's ISOM or Golden Patriot. That's it. So.
Is there any chance that Golden Patriot's decent? Is there any chance? Because we know ISOM's dog shit. We know ISOM's dog shit, but is there any chance?
It. Yeah. And I think it's only gotten worse, unfortunately. Now, with Golden Patriot, the only reason why I say there is a chance is because Literature Devil was the editor. It was given to Literature Devil before it was published.
I don't know who that is. But okay.
Say that, yeah. So I mean, take that with a grain of salt. But at least it was maybe edited. That it was given to someone. He's a YouTuber here on the platform, and so I figure he's got literature in his name, so that's got to count for something, right?
Jesus Christ!
I don't know who he is, but hey, it's better than just publishing your book and being like, "Oh, here it is."
Is it? I don't know. This guy could be a total moron. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows?
Max, his handle sounds legit. Like, come on.
I mean,
look, I will say yes, because hasn't the artist actually done other comics like outside of this?
Dillard, I have no idea. I think
I know he does his own. He's got his own.
I mean, even the preview pages, it looks the art is more competent than what you get in ISOM books.
Oh, you think so?
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not great, but
sure.
Yeah, it looks better than
ISOM. Yeah, I would say
that. Well, we will take a look at that in just a second. Before we do, and we get into some news, I just want to say thank you to everyone in the chat. I had put our goal for 5 super chats. I set a timer on it for like 3 hours or so, probably the length of the stream, hoping we'd nail it. In the first 20 minutes, we finished our goal. So you guys are awesome. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. So you guys will get a video this Monday of Wolverine issue number 65. It'll be a lot of fun, and I hope you guys enjoy that. But yeah, once again, thank you y'all for the super chats. Oh, and Kaiser had to come in here just I don't want to say the last minute because the timer goes, for the rest of the stream. But he says for $5, Bad Idea is back, baby. Anyone pick up Planet Death number 0? Ooh.
I did, but I have not read it yet. So.
Oh, so you have it though?
I do have it. Yeah, that's
right.
right over here.
And it was $2?
$1.99.
Look at that. It's on classic newsprint too, right?
Yes, but here's the thing. So even the cover is classic newsprint.
Oh, like that's weird.
It's weird.
Yeah.
And my LCS owner was like, he's like, yeah, I get this in from Bad Idea. And I was like, man, if this shit isn't the cheapest comic I've ever seen. He's like, but then I opened it up and it doesn't look very cheap on the inside. I was like, fair. I agree.
Yeah, I saw it at C2E2, one of the whoever she is. I don't know who she is, CFO. I don't know what the fuck she does. But a Bad Idea came over to the booth and I flipped through. I didn't read it, but I flipped through it and it does. It looks the art is phenomenal. You cannot take away from that book how great the art looks. It's great.
And you guys were telling me, don't buy it, Max. Don't buy it.
I'm not saying buy it.
We were telling you not to buy the
1 in 2,000 or whatever.
No, it was 500.
Yeah.
1 in 500. I think it was the Joe Quesada. Or the Dan Posion. Yeah. And I was like, but it's a wraparound. You guys were like, doesn't matter. Does not matter. Who
cares?
But yeah, no, the $2 book does look cool. And I'm grateful because Bad Idea did something with this one that they're offering it to everyone now. That it's not just like, oh, it's only for the exclusive people on the first day. It's like, nah, we're going to make an actual comic book. We're an actual comic book publishing company. This is going to be available to everyone. So that's good. Whether or not it makes their things like collective or exclusive, who knows? But I am excited for Planet Death because, as you said, Kaiser, picking that up, I think is going to be a good buy, especially if it's only $2. It looks really cool. And that art, like Kyle said, and Josh, you can't deny it that it looks good. So, but thank you again, Kaiser. Appreciate the 5, my brother. And you'll have to let us know once you get Kyle's book, because that'll be pretty rad. So speaking of Kyle, let's play something in his kind of to honor his book. This is pretty cool. MG says I was on a Wolverine kick lately. Read the original Wolverine mini, the 4-issue Frank Miller, Weapon X. I think it is my favorite Wolverine. Enemy of the State. I didn't really like that one as much. That was JR and Mark Miller, right? And then Old Man Logan, which was Mark Miller again. So reading Wolvie Omni #2 now, man, what a difference between all those and now. Yeah, dude. Wolverine had some guts. Larry Hama wrote him with some balls. Like, Wolverine back in the 80s and 90s was like kick ass, man. It was so much fun. So yeah. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, MG. That's sick. And then we've got Marvel Star Wars Fanatic says, did you guys see the Revenge of the Sith re-release? I don't like Star Wars all that much. I'm sorry, but I am more of a Star Trek fan. Did you guys see it?
No.
Yeah. You were the chosen one, Anakin. What's happening, Roman? Great to see you. He says, ahoy, friends. Well, ahoy, ahoy. Good to see you, sir. Thanks for being here. What? This is wild. Our man Chris coming in here. He said, did you see Post Malone? Our boy Posty has a comic coming out on Free Comic Book Day called Big Rig #1.
Of course he does.
You know what? I'd buy that over Golden Yellow Flash's Golden Shower.
You know, I don't.
A free book on Free Comic Book Day.
Oh yeah, there we go. You know, here's what's bad about Post Malone now is if I told my mom this, her comment would be, "Oh my god, I love Posty." My mom.
That's good. She knows the lingo. Then she knows to call him Posty.
You know, or maybe Posty doesn't have the cred that we would like him to have.
Oh, dang it. Did you guys see when he was getting all that hate? Because the usual suspects were out in full force saying that he was a culture vulture and that the only reason why he got into rap and was doing the braids in his hair was so that he could get famous to do what he really loved, which was country. And now he's doing country.
Good for
So
him.
And I was like, good. Like, he's talented enough to do both genres.
He did do both incredibly well.
I was going to say,
yeah.
Or maybe he just fucking likes music and decided he wanted to make different genres of music. Like,
do you know how rare it is to be top of the charts in both genres for like two completely different like fan bases with two different albums? Like, he's crushing it.
Unless you're Beyonce, who does that?
Well, this ain't Texas, or whatever the stupid song is.
Shoot me in the face.
Yeah, and everyone's like, "It's country."
You love country now. See,
it's not country. I mean, come on. Look,
this ain't country.
Most of what country music plays on country music radio isn't even country anymore. And I'm not a country music fan. Or I mean, it's fine, but I'm not like, oh, I can't wait to listen to my hoedown country music. Like, I'm not that person. But like, we got to be honest, it's not country music anymore.
It's not. I grew up on 90s country, obviously, you know, born in the 80s, raised in the 90s. And yeah, the Mavericks, Clint Black, Alan Jackson, those guys, it's like I grew up with. And now I'm just like, all these fucking assholes sound exactly the same. They all look exactly the same too. And half of them, actually 90% of them, aren't even fucking country. They're all just fucking rich white guys who just pretend they're country and talking about pickup trucks and drinking beer.
Hey, what's wrong with that?
The fact that you were like, you know, raised in a mansion downtown.
Yeah.
You have no idea what it means to be country. All right.
Oh, I heard a really funny phrase the other day, and it was a woman. Oh, buckle bunnies. Josh, was that? You've never heard that? It's like you've got women who are like cowgirls, like actual women who work on a ranch or like raise horses or like, you know, tend to farm.
Okay.
And then you got like buckle bunnies who like
from one belt buckle to another.
That would track.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Belt buckle.
Yeah.
But they're just like these cutesy college girls who wear like short shorts, but have never been outside of their daddy's mansion, like ever. But they wear country stuff.
Like it was probably around 2021 that country fashion started making a comeback, largely thanks to Yellowstone. Honestly, there's factual data for that. And then, you know, the next thing I know is fast forward 2.5 years and I see people in LA wearing like boots and like denim shorts and
like Carhartt became a big thing.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, sure. Yeah, all right, little LA lady, you have at it.
I do want to find me a nice Carhartt vest though, because those seem to do well with the ladies.
No. It's the Carhartt t-shirt and the Ariat vest.
Oh, all right. Well, am I going to attract guys then, or am I going to attract women?
No, that's not.
You got to cast a wide net, man, in order to weed them out. But you got
just try it all, you know. And I'll choose you and you.
Yep.
Zaxx, this made me almost laugh out loud. Post Malone was on Ghost Adventures, by far his greatest accomplishment. Oh yeah, Zach Baggins, you know, really doing some great work over there.
Oh shit.
Oh, Fiend Machine. Is this like an Urban Dictionary? You got to let us know if this is the true definition. I think that would track then. So.
You got to understand. I mean, for that to really make sense, you got to understand like buckles, because I think sometimes people are like, "Oh, belt buckle. You went and bought a belt buckle." No, in Western culture, you get your belt buckle for winning rodeos.
Correct.
Yeah.
So buckle bunnies has to be a chick that's hopping from one cowboy to the next because she's like, "Go hear last week's news. Let me go over here." But for guys, we would refer to belt buckles as dick tombstones, because so many of those guys that so many of those guys that ride bulls, their equipment doesn't work anymore.
Oh, yeah.
That would track.
Yeah. It's a real thing.
A buckle buddy. Oh, are you guys my buckle buddies?
No,
Never.
Dang it.
I can't go on that journey with you, my friend.
God.
Yeah, I can't go along with you on this one.
I had a split second. You remember last year at Dallas when I came down, I was like, City Boys, City Boys.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it this year, but I'm like, buckle buddies.
Oh no.
Hey, you'll be in Dallas. That's a good place to wear some buckles.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure I have a cowboy hat, a Western shirt, button-down Western shirt with the sleeves cut off. I'm not gonna button like the last 3 buttons. I'm gonna tie them, and I'm gonna wear some Daisy Dukes.
You know what? If all the thinking critical guys are there, then they'll just be like, "Oh yeah, this is just Josh, I guess."
Oh, hey Josh, how you doing?
Hey Josh, how's it going? Like nothing ever happened. Yeah.
You know who the one person who would actually call me out for that would be Joe Corallo. He'd be like, "What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
What is this?
Go home and
What
change."
is this?
Yeah.
Oh man. What's going on, Brian? Great to see you here. Thank you from Beyond Wednesdays. What's up, man? Hope you have a great show. I think you've got a show later tonight, so if that is the case, have a wonderful show. And thanks for hanging out with us right before. So that's awesome. But yeah, no, what's funny is that Buckle Bunnies actually tracks because in the Marine Corps, it was barracks bunnies. And those were women who either stayed in the barracks or went from barracks room to barracks room throughout the Marine Corps. So it has the same kind of connotation.
Right.
So.
We had badge bunnies and
oh my gosh, lots of bunnies going around.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of bunnies over here.
Wow. We just called our people sluts.
Whores.
Lame.
You guys are just classic. Didn't really put too much thought into it, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I put in a lot of thought into our next segment because we've got show and tell coming up next. All right. So I have 3 books actually, 2 of which are going to be somewhat relevant to the discussion today, and then another one is relevant to one of our panelists tonight. So, do you guys want me to go first, or Kyle? I think you said you had some stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, y'all can go. I don't have anything.
Okay.
All right. I got some fun little hauls here.
Ooh.
Stuff I've picked up along the way.
Okay.
I don't know, just this was I don't like this. This is has been homaged to death, but I am a fan of Tyler Kirkham at times. And I did pick up one of the C2E2 only because I'm a horror fan. Horror fan.
Horror.
He did his homage to X-Men 141, the John Carpenter homage here. I picked this up. I just
nice.
Again, I'm a horror fan, so
that's actually pretty chill though. I mean,
yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I felt like I had to get that. It's just fun.
So who's slain? It looks like
Ghostface.
Possessed. Chucky's possessed. Everyone else looks like wanted. Jason is drowned. Freddy's burned. That's funny. Nice.
Hannibal's captured. Pennywise is wanted. Yeah, I think it's
very
fun.
Nice. The Jigsaw is missing. Ooh.
Yeah.
Chris is liking what he sees. Yeah.
Ain't cheap. There's another battle damaged one that I want to get, but goddamn, this book is so expensive right now.
Kyle, it looks like Brian is saying there's a blood red spot foil.
I know. Yeah, you're right. And, of course, he did like 7 different variants. And, the blood red spot foil is pretty slick, I got to say.
That would be pretty cool.
I don't know if it was worth that much. This book I've picked up. I've owned it several times. And I don't know. This was at a cheap price and a decent great. It looks pretty nice. Presents well. Green Lantern Corps 201. This is the first Kilowog in a new story.
Oh, nice. Great pickup.
I've owned this so many times.
That's sweet, dude.
Yeah, I just thought it was. I've always liked that cover.
Now, when you say you've owned this so many times, does that mean that you owned it and then sold it and then bought it and then sold it and then bought it and sold it?
Yeah.
Are one of these? Are you just gonna pick? So how long until you sell it again?
I don't know.
Okay.
Don't do it.
Side note: someone we know potentially, maybe, possibly could be. I don't know. Doing a little Kilowog before too long.
Oh.
Someone we know?
Yeah.
Could be doing Kilowog.
Could have a little Kilowog story going on sometime soon.
Oh,
it's not me.
Cool.
Don't. Yeah, no, it's not me. But someone we legitimately know.
Oh,
that sounds awesome. Well,
I love Kilowog.
Yeah, he's a great character.
Another little pickup. Again, not an expensive book by any stretch, but I love the cover, and I just had to get it in a newsstand. It's the Lobo #1.
Hell yeah,
yeah, buddy.
Again, one of those books that I thought I had, but maybe I did at one point. But I was like, you know what? Why not?
I've got
That's a great one.
I've got that 4-issue run somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's 4 issues, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I did at one. Maybe I did at one point, but
there was that one, and then there was right after that. There was another 4-issue mini that was called Lobo's Back, and that was pretty fun as well. But yeah, no, that one's pretty sick, dude. I came across a Simon Bisley piece of artwork that was, I'm gonna find it real quick, but it was Simon Bisley and it was Doctor Strange, and it's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my entire life, and I had no idea that he did Doctor Strange.
I didn't either.
Oh, that's why it was for a commission.
Okay.
But I have never seen Doctor Strange looking cooler from the Biz.
It doesn't even look like the Biz.
It's so rad. Like, I can see a little bit of his stuff in the background, but like Doctor Strange looks clean. Like Biz's stuff is normally kind of messy and like a little gritty, but this is a really cool Strange. I like it a lot.
It's nice.
This is if Strange was like infused with like way more testosterone, but he's already got a good amount. But yeah, no, I saw that the other day. So speaking of Lobo and Bisley, so
I like it.
Yeah, dude, hands are tough, but when you do them well, it's something that you notice, and it's like it actually sticks out. So
yeah.
Also, Brian, let us know if we can plug your stuff. So if you have a link, if you're on Twitter, send it to me on Twitter. I'll plug it in the chat here, or just tell us what channel we can find you on tonight. Either the Beyond Wednesdays or I think it's Ben Stein, House of Stein. I think that's the other one you guys have. So let us know and we can promote your stuff.
Oh yeah.
Lobo Hitman special is pretty good. Wasn't there a Lobo Dread? Oh no, I'm thinking of Batman and Dread.
Batman and Dread,
yeah. That one was sick too. Yeah, House of Stein. So for anyone in the chat interested in like the top comics coming out this week, for like covers and just like things that are hitting the shelves from either cover price or something like that, go check out House of Stein at 11 p.m. Eastern, and they'll be doing a great show over there. These guys do a ton of research on their show, and it's pretty cool to see all the different books that are coming out. So,
oh, you think they're better than us? Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
wow.
Don't get me wrong. We have done a lot of research tonight too, but we've
a little different.
A lot of our research is just reading the books, and that's not always like the most fun thing to do. But when you find a good one, you know, it
feels so good.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, I got a couple more real quick here.
Sorry.
Beat to shit, but I've always liked this cover, and it's a key. It's a crossover. of sorts. But this is Justice League of America number 21. This is a crossover of the Silver Age over here of the Justice Society into the Justice League here. So bringing all those characters in. It's like Superman and Batman holding hands.
Oh, it's a key. I see. Batman and Superman. Oh, yeah, I guess they are holding hands, huh?
It's like,
that's funny.
It's kind of funny.
I love it. That's cool. I don't think I've ever seen that cover before.
Yeah.
That's rad.
E-books, and it's beat.
I have seen that cover multiple times. I've never paid attention to realize that everyone is holding hands.
Yeah.
Everyone.
They're all
every single character, they're all, it's like a seance holding hands.
That's funny.
It's pretty cute. This next one, it's a graded book, but it's a book.
Oh boy, is it I saw
I've always
number one?
wanted this. I've always wanted one. I've always wanted this issue. I've always loved the cover, and it's another key first appearance of a character.
Oh, it's a key too. So this is. Yeah. Did you have to save up for this one, or is it fairly affordable?
No, this at the graded it is. It's a 5.5, so it's very horrible.
Modern 5.5 or like a 1970s book 5.5?
This is a 1970s book.
Okay.
A 5.5. So this is Daredevil number 131. Bullseye. So
that's cool, man.
I love this cover.
That looks clean as heck.
Yeah.
That presents really well. And maybe I just can't see it, but I think it presents really well.
It does. No, and the problem is there are a lot of they just look like shit. So, but yeah.
No, man, that looks awesome. You're a little blurry now. I think something might have happened, but
blurry.
But I do, yeah. I'll throw you up here one more time. Yeah, man, that looks sick. And the colors are really pop on that, even for being a 5.5. Like,
yeah.
Is it just that there's a ton of are there just a ton of spine ticks on there?
There are. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Color breaking and tears and stuff. So
yeah. Now this last one, this is I love being able to own something so old, and again, being a horror fan, now this is Beat to Hell. It's probably a 1 or a 0.5. I'm too scared to get out of here to see if it's even together. Like, I don't want to touch it because I just feel like it's going to fall apart. But somebody that wants it is homaging these covers, I just felt like I had to own one. And so this is a EC Comics. So
that's why. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a Haunt of Fear number 20.
Oh, I've seen this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, how creepy. Yeah, it's beat to hell, but
yeah, it's beat to
still
shit.
Really cool to have though.
But yeah, I mean, it's just
that looks awesome.
Old. I mean, they're so expensive, but to get one, I'm just like, you know what? I just want to own a OG.
Yeah. What do you think it is that makes these horror comics? Are they just because they're so hard to find and their covers are so awesome?
Yeah, I just think it was that time and the scarcity of them, and then the ban and everything else. There's just not that many of them.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think that plays a huge role in it, but even just story-wise, like the stories that they have in them, a lot of times are way ahead of their time. And if you read this stuff now, you're like, oh, this is dated. And you're going to be like, oh, I've seen this, twist or this trope a million times. But at the time, it was like you hadn't seen this before.
Right.
So,
And I think it is pretty cool to see such a trailblazer. But yeah, I mean, the comics collecting community, Kyle, you may know more about this, and Josh, you may even know more about it as well, but there's collectors that collect moon covers. So all the EC books that have a full moon on it or something, or there are damsel covers, right? So it's there's a guy who I'd done a show with a couple years back Really cool dude. But like his whole thing was like damsel covers. So like women in distress, or, you know, there's like bondage covers. There's like all types of like crazy stuff that are specific covers through the, you know, golden age and silver age and stuff. But yeah, those horror EC books are, another one is like a skeleton books, anything with like a, but
those guys are very specific about their book. Yeah, the Lady in Red, like that's big.
Yes.
That's something that I will be homaging at some point, and for one of my covers. But like, yeah, those are huge. Or like Schomburg covers, or whomever, just a typical artist at the time. It's like I want all their covers. So,
dude, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Would you guys prefer like a full run of a character, or every cover of a specific like thing or theme? Because like you could say like I own every cover from Art Adams, or you could say I own every Spider-Man issue from 1 until now. That'd be pretty crazy.
I'd probably do cover, like
really
for characters. Yeah.
Oh, character. Okay.
It's tough, man.
Like every appearance of a character, or no, not every appearance. Sorry, like the full run.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess it would depend on the art. I could pick any artist.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
covers or what?
Sure. Any theme of a cover, whether it's an artist that you follow, or like the Lady in Red theme, or maybe like a, or I've seen it like Gary from Nerdrotic, like he's collecting racist and problematic covers. So anything that has like the swastika on it or something. He's loving it. He's really big into that right now. So
that's fine. No,
that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I'd probably do the cover one. I don't know the run. I mean, having all of the X-Men run would be cool, but
that'd be cool.
That'd be the only one.
There's probably some like really bad ones in there.
Exactly. I'm like, do I want all those fucking books? I don't know. It's like that's a lot.
That's a lot.
I don't know.
Sigma Comics for $5 coming in here. Dude, thank you so much for the $5. We love our man HH. We're going to be seeing him in Dallas. What's happening, man? And thank you again. And HH is weighing in on the gorilla conversation, and I love it, man. This is what it's all about. He says 100 bros get murked. 100 professional fighters have a chance. I'd protect the gorilla. I'd protect the gorilla though, but if Nora shows up, I'm out. Morality play on KS. Dude, that is awesome. So that's actually a good point. 100 just regular dude bros, totally done for.
Yeah.
But 100 actual fighters, they have a chance now. I could go with that logic. I think that's pretty sound. So, I mean, HH himself is a fighter, so I would trust his judgment. But dude, but no, thank you again, HH. We love seeing you here, and we can't wait to see you again in person in Dallas. And this one's for you.
Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill.
Yeah, buddy. Yes, sir. Jack Frost says there are some brilliant artists in EC Comics as well as great writing. That's rare these days.
So. We should do a retrospective on that. We should go back and look at some of those.
That'd be cool. Just spend a whole 3 hours just doing that.
Yeah.
I saw. Here I think from MG. He says set another super chat goal where if you get another 5 super chats, you do a full read through of ISOM and explain the book and its themes.
Yep. This is what I was laughing at earlier when Kyle was talking. I was like, oh no.
I can't. I'm not, dude, the goal, you'd have to make it $1,000. I'm not.
I'd have to, you'd easily, well, because that's what EVS did, right? He said for $1,000, I will review ISOM. And he made $1,000 in like the first hour of his live stream.
Yep.
Everyone was like, yeah.
Fuck. I'm not going. God damn it. I don't want to go through that fucking book again.
Now, to be fair, I did actually review it, but I didn't go through it in full, like each page going through the themes or anything like that. I don't even know if I could pull that out of my butt. So we'll see. I mean, but that would have to be a very high price point.
And I'd have to be very drunk.
Yeah. Now we have gone through on our members show. So if you guys want to become a member, we have gone through, I think it was last year, we went through almost every character in the ISOM art concept book.
Oh my God, that's right.
So if you do actually want to pledge some money towards like us doing something like that, please feel free to become a member, because that is a member video that is only exclusive access to members who are part of the Comic Crusade. So there's your incentive right there. But, I know, yeah. That was wild. Just trying to read through those was amazing.
It was, oh, God.
It was hard to get through.
It was.
Yeah. All right. So before we get to, oh shoot, I didn't even do my
I was about to say you have a show and tell.
I was like, I've got to do mine now. Kyle took up the whole show and tell.
Yeah, I don't have a show and tell.
I thought you do. I thought you had one of these.
Listen, I said what I said. Okay.
All right. Well, Josh is choosing not to show his off. But look what we got. We got new toilet paper coming in the mail.
A lot there. Good luck.
Yeah, we got Seeds of Evil, and this is the Ash can for April 2025 with the cover by Vu Don. I just went with the trade dress. I didn't get it signed, but this is by our very own Kyle, not Kevin. So you guys can get these bad boys. I think I should have them in the description, but if not, I'll go ahead and add them in there. But just in case you guys need any more proof, look at that name right there. Who's that guy? Doesn't say Kevin. Oh, Keel. Keel. So pretty cool. But yeah, we've got Seeds of Evil for our first one.
I would just like to point out and highlight Life with Maxfield Von Priestley. Mr. Josh isn't going to show his. And the moment I whip it out, he's like, nope, full screen on me.
Hey, Josh, where's yours again?
Don't care.
What's bad as I fell for it. I did this.
Anyway, so so Josh, he doesn't have anything else to show, but I'll still put him full screen now. So it's the opposite. Every time you don't have something to show. No.
Right.
Cajun's got his book. Heck yeah.
Thank you guys for supporting it. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Max. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the Ash Can. And hopefully we'll get the Kickstarter up here in the next month or so and get the ball rolling, because that thing just ends on, it's like, God, all the good stuff. It's like, it's not there. I'm like, can we add a few more pages? And they're like, no. I'm like, but the good, but it gets, but the stuff, but at the end, it's good. They're like, no.
You gotta give the people something to,
do like a black and white teaser page for the second issue.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Or 2 pages, black and white tease.
I do have some of the art issue too. I do have some. He's done.
Yeah, he's got some black and white in here. I mean, Kyle is just one big tease. Let's not kid ourselves.
Well, that's 100% true.
All right. So I got Seeds of Evil. Next, I wanted to showcase these. Actually, just got here today, but I should preface by saying I'm not. You know what? I was gonna say like give a disclaimer, but I don't need a disclaimer. I just finished reading Cyberfrog not Wreck Planet. What was the first one? Cyberfrog
Blood Honey?
That one. I just finished reading Blood Honey, and I was like, this is incredible. The artwork in that was superb. The story is very dense at times, but I think because there's so much that Ethan has in his head, he's just trying to get his story out. So I wanted to get more into the universe and get more into the world. But one of my favorite characters was Salamandroid, which is the brother. So I got the Salamandroid. Let's see if I can. There we go.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Salamandroid, Death's Sting. So I guess this was like a little interim book in between. This is the Pals cover. There was another cover that was like 40 doll hairs, and that was excluding shipping. But this I got for $20. And then he threw in the exclusive preview to Fearsome. So
yeah, I got one of those. I backed it.
Oh, did you? Oh, nice. Okay. Now I have no idea what Fearsome is about or what I should expect, but oh, I hope so. I mean, if that guy's on it or in it, it's going to be pretty cool. But I don't think I've ever seen EVS art like this before. I mean, like his stuff in Green Lantern is pretty prolific, but seeing his stuff in his own books is unreal, dude. I mean, it's just I think it's definitely elevated from just like when you think of like a crowdfunded book, you think of something that's just like, oh yeah, you got maybe some amateur guys that are looking to kind of do a hobby, and it's like, no, you recognize very quickly that this is like a professional who is like putting months into years into these books. So this is pretty incredible. I have not read, like I said, I just got it today, but on art alone, this is one of the most incredible books I've backed in a while in terms of just artwork alone. And then, yeah, looking forward to getting into Fearsome and seeing if that's any good or not. So,
yeah, I like David Williams for the most part, but there's just something about the art I just wasn't a fan of in Fearsome.
I get it. I can see it. Yeah.
The problem is you're spoiled with where the indie space is spoiled having Ethan Van Sciver in the indie space. He should not be really in the indie space. He is
doesn't
so
make it fair for anyone.
It would be like Ghibli being like, oh, I'm going to crowdfund books, and it's like, it's not fair to have you here. Everyone then thinks like, oh, you're approachable. It's like, no, he's not. He's not approachable. He is way up here. Everybody else is just down here. And so we all expect that level in everything. And it's like, no, you guys have no idea who this guy is. And it's just, he is a god amongst mortals, basically. And and so it's hard with his name attached to a book. And I'm like, dude, I want you on the art, though. Like, you could have made this so much better. There's just some of the faces David Williams has in that book. I'm just like, just wasn't digging it.
And that's what did you think of the premise, though? Because the premise sounds interesting, but I thought that the premise was, intriguing. I wanted to look into it, but I didn't want to back it yet before I had the preview book. So he threw it in with, like, he was doing a special deal or something. So he threw it in with the Salamandroid book. But I don't know how I feel about the art yet. I wonder if it's just, I think someone in the chat said it may be a bit too cartoony, especially if it's a horror comic. Right.
Right. And I'm like, Ethan, you'd be perfect for this horror book, bro.
Yeah.
Like, and you have this guy, he is a little cartoony. The faces are a little long. It's just a little accentuated a little too much. And I'm just like, I didn't back the actual book just because I had the preview book. And I'm just like, cool premise, but it's just not for me.
Yeah. No, I get it. JK, great to see you in the chat. She says the kiddo loves Salamandroid. I believe it. Salamandroid, his concept design is just so rad. Like, I get why the action figures do well. Like, even if he did a statue, I'm sure it would do well. Like, the design for his armor and how he works with Cyberfrog is really cool, and I like the dynamic between the both of them. But I mean, it's a really great character. And Chris, I agree with this, though. I wish EVS would get Rainbow the Brute done.
No.
Now, the only reason why I say that, though, is because I didn't back Rainbow the Brute. I didn't have any interest in it whatsoever. But I know that once he's done with Rainbow the Brute, he'll get back to Cyberfrog, which I think is ultimately his best project by far and away. So it's just kind of like all these other side projects, just need to just get back to Cyberfrog. That's what I want you to do.
I know he's almost. I don't want to compare to Dan Fraga. Like Dan Fraga is into that trope of like, I'm going to spend 5 hours on this one panel here, but then it's like you realize all that's going to be covered up by a fucking word bubble. So why the fuck are you spending 17 hours drawing a fucking gun that's all going to be covered up at some point? And I feel like Ethan sometimes gets into that where I'm just like, he has a level that he knows he has to hit for every panel and every page, and I get it, I respect it, but dude, you got to have all these word balloons covering up all your art. So like, come on, let's go.
And if Shane Davis is writing it, it's going to be, it's just word balloons and caption boxes all over the place.
Just draw half faces.
Yeah. Zaxx says, what's the deal with EVS and amphibians? So from my understanding in chat, you guys may be able to help me with this because I know some of you guys back some of the CG stuff and some of Ethan's stuff. But from my understanding, EVS likes, his character of Cyberfrog in the 90s was a way for him to kind of write in this like punk rock character who was, kind of a teen, I think it was like a teenage rebel, but who is a superhero who's like fighting against crime and like doing some really kick-ass stuff. And it was during this time of the 90s where it was like grungy. You had Sam Keith doing his thing. And so EVS created this frog character. But I think what's cool about it is that it's not a human, and therefore we can project ourselves into Cyberfrog, like through any medium, or any person can feel like, hey, I feel like Cyberfrog is very similar to me, or I feel like I have characteristics of Cyberfrog because he is heroic, or he's courageous, or he is, fun to be around, or like or he's goofy, or whatever it may be. And I think it's easier to do that with something like a Cyberfrog or a Salamandroid, as opposed to a person, because then it's like, oh, well, he has brown eyes and a full head of hair, so I can't identify with that guy. I don't know. Who knows? But Roman says, gentlemen, got to roll out. Stay awesome. Thanks for being here, Roman. We love seeing you and appreciate the support, man. Thank you as always for saying hi. Chris says it's his TMNT. There you go. That very much could be another reason why he got into that as well.
When you think about Trent Kanuga and Creed, I call the heroes, those guys, Trent Kanuga with Creed and everything with that, and where Cyberfrog came from. And you got Matt Martin with Snowman. Those guys just at that time, like, we're all kind of feeding off each other in the 90s. So it just kind of made sense.
Creating all those characters. Yeah. Pretty cool. Well, sweet. Now that we've gone through show and tell, let's go over some news. But before we do, I will say I forgot to mention earlier in the show that Drew is not here. So for those of you in the chat who are like, oh my gosh, wait, where's our main man Drew? So unfortunately, with scheduling, what we're trying to do is we're trying to give Kyle enough time for family stuff and Drew enough time for like stuff for writing, but also for, his actual job, and also keeping friend, like a social life outside of all this, because he's on like Wes's Saturday show, Josh's Tuesday show. He was on our, doing our Friday shows. So there was just so much that I think, for us, it may be easier. And for scheduling, if, Kyle comes on, Fridays, hangs out with us, and it's one less show that maybe Drew has to do and manage and juggle. So we're just thinking about, schedules, and it may not
let's be honest. Friday nights for Drew are for the ladies. He's got his lady friends.
His lady friend.
No, can I make an announcement? Can I?
Well, we were gonna try and keep it secret, but I figure if you tell it, better you than me. So
I'm gay. Oh shit! No, sorry, that's not the announcement. My bad. My bad. Okay. No, we're actually finally expanding. We're gonna have a second weekly show on PBC, and we're calling it Floppy Drop. So we'll have.
Oh, you guys are gonna do Floppy Drop.
We're gonna do Floppy Drop Thursday nights. So yeah, once you factor that in, I mean, like, look, he's working a full-time job. He's doing 2 nights a week with me, and Sundays with Wes, and it becomes a lot. So plus writing comics. So yeah, so we got some changes going on, but I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, and I hope it works out for everyone, and it'll be cool for you, Josh, because you guys will get to cover some comics that maybe we may not on Friday or vice versa. But it'll be a good opportunity for you guys. You guys will actually get a look, earlier on in the week than we do on Friday nights. So yeah, I encourage everyone in the chat who's a supporter of the Comic Crusader channel to go watch, Josh and Drew, do some floppy drops and watch them drop their floppies.
For the MGs out there won't be other conversations. This is my commitment to Drew. Yes. We are just talking comics, and I was okay with it because if we just talk comics, I don't have to pull slides together. But that's true. I think part of the fun thing too is like the beginning of each month we do our top 5 comics where he lists the top 5 comics in general that came out the month before. I do the top 5 debuts, but this will kind of let us talk about other books along the way. Cause we went from when we started doing top 5, we went from struggling to try to get top 5s. Comics just weren't good. And we're getting a lot of things that are really kind of hitting their strides and staying consistently solid or consistently good and deserve attention. They deserve to be talked about. So now we'll get to have weekly conversations and then hopefully build up some hype of like, okay, they've talked about 10, 15, 20 different books this month on Floppy Drop that they liked. So what's going to end up being their top book? So I think it'll be a fun little kind of synergy going on there. So
that's cool, man.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you got cattail in the camera. No, I'm super excited, and I think that'll be a lot of fun. And it does give you guys a chance to just talk comics, even though MG smells alive.
Listen, I promise it is our floppy drop will just be comic talk. We're still gonna have our Tuesday shows to do other random shit, and then some of it will be Friday nights here. Me with Max, so it'll be a fun time.
And hey, MG, you said you wanted us to talk about Jeremy Renner for 4 hours. We haven't even started talking about him, so we still have another 4 hours to the stream.
I know.
So
you're welcome.
Once we start talking about news, hold on to your butts, buddy, because we're gonna get right into it. So yeah, 4 more hours. But yeah, so I think that should be fun. 45 minutes about talking about dicks, then 3 minutes of fart-tacular. Sounds fun. Sounds fun, especially on Josh's channel, that track. So there we go.
Wait, what? You know what? I hate, I'm going to say this. I vehemently, whatever that word, you know the word I'm trying to say.
Yes, vehemently.
Hate that one. I can't pronounce things right now. My coffee's kicking in. I hate that comics had to turn so freaking gay because back in the day, I never talked about this shit. And then the moment good people like Wes and Max came in and started talking about like, yeah, I don't know, this book wasn't really good. Everyone was like bombarding them with like, oh, it's because you're a homophobe. And I will never forget Wes one day was like, hey, are you cool if we bring this up? I'm like, yo, like at this point, I'm ready to come out and just say it. It's not like I wasn't out, but I'm ready to just openly discuss it on Comic Conversations because I was sick of people like going after these guys. And then even Max, I think one of the first things we recorded together, you're like, I'll let you decide if you want to bring it up or not. And I'm like, no, I'm bringing it up. Like, and then ever since then, it's just become like Josh is gay, which is my own doing. But I'm like, if I could put the worm back in or whatever you back, if we could put it all back in.
So you want to put the toothpaste back in the, back in the tube.
Y'all don't do that? You don't brush your teeth and then spit it back in the tube?
Can't say I do, no.
Oh, okay.
Well, you save more money that way. It lasts longer. So, yeah. That's oh well. But yeah, no, it is pretty funny that like, I had you on the channel and I was like, hey, we're talking about gay shit, man. All right, I'm sorry, but like that's what we're talking about. And you were like, yeah, no, I get it. That's fine.
Because it was such a topic, but I just think it's funny if we fast or rewind, like what was it? God, 4 years ago at this point?
No. It's got to have been 2 or 3.
It's okay.
Definitely not 4. Definitely not 4.
I don't know. Time flies.
At least,
but it was a topic of conversation. Like, do you even want to mention that you're gay? And I was like, yeah, I'm fine with it. I don't want. And now it's like everybody knows.
Yeah.
So,
and now they introduce you on Saturday mornings, and they're like, and here's Josh. He's gay. But actually, Josh, you're right. Now that I think about it, it may have been 4 years ago because I started the channel in 2021, I think.
Yeah, and it was pretty early on.
Yeah. So, man,
because the John Kent stuff was like right. I feel like the John Kent stuff was like right after.
Yeah,
2020.
No, that tracks. Yeah. Damn, my brain just did not want to. It rejected the notion that was 4 years ago. Shoot. Oh well. All right. Well, let's get into some news here because we've got a couple big stories that we want to talk about. So let's get right into the news. All right. So first up, he's in the thumbnail. He's in the headline. We've got another 4 hours. Let's talk about Jeremy Renner. So, Josh, you had actually sent this to us in our group thread. And I didn't get a chance to watch it right away. And then I started seeing more news articles about it. I saw more posts about it. And I was like, what the heck is going on? So I clicked on it and realized, it's like a video of him discussing what is going on with him in the new, or what would have been Hawkeye season 2. I won't kind of talk about it or preface it because I'm just going to let Jeremy Renner say what he needs to say. But this is wild, man. This is fascinating because it just goes to show either how little Disney Marvel thinks of their stars, or how little they think of Jeremy, or that they realize that they're not really making a lot of money on these shows and they can't keep spending this type of money. But we'll have a discussion afterwards. So I'll just let Jeremy take it away here, Mr. Renner himself.
They asked me to do a season 2, and they offered me half the money. I'm like, wow, it's going to take me twice the amount of work for half the amount of money. And so 8 months of my time, essentially, and to do it for half the amount. I'm like, I'm sorry. Why? Did you think I'm only half the Jeremy because I got ran over? Maybe that's why you want to pay me half of what I made on the first season? And this is not Marvel, mind you. This is like this Disney, not even really Disney. It's just the penny pinchers, the accountants. I told them to go fly a kite. I mean, just at the insult offer. And we didn't see eye to eye on that. And sadly, and I still love the character. I still love to do it. But I had to defend myself. I didn't ask for any more money, mind you, right? It's just payment we made the first season. So it's a little disheartening that didn't happen, but that's fine. I'm happy to let that go because my body's probably thanking me, time and time again that I'm not doing it right now. But we'll see.
All right. So, Josh, what were your initial thoughts when you first saw this?
I mean, a couple of things. This is just bad form for Hollywood in general. Like this in Hollywood, you don't do this. If you're bringing someone back, very least you bring them in at same pay. Every now and then you'll hear stories like if there's something going on and like the show is potentially like gonna get canceled or they can't afford it. Sometimes the creators and team will come to the actors and say, hey, we're going to get canceled. We'd love to actually wrap up the story for fans. What can we work out? But usually those negotiations turn into, and this is kind of going back to when you had like network television as the main source of television. They'll cut back to like, oh, instead of doing 22 episodes, we'll do 14, or, we'll cut back on this, or maybe we'll let some actors go. It's something will typically happen, and then they'll wrap it up. But the fact that he's your lead, like he's your co-lead, and you're bringing him in and going like, hey, like, Hawkeye season 2, we set up some plots and stories that we need to continue. You're on, right? And he's like, yeah, let's do it. And they're like, okay, cool. Well, we're going to pay you half of what you made the first season. And if he were only in 3 or 4 episodes of 8, maybe. But if they're wanting to do a full season, and the bad thing about this is they film they supposedly film these shows like you film films, like the actual setup, how they film a shot. They don't film them like television shows. So yeah, once you're doing 8 hours, that's going to take almost a full year. Usually they spend 3 to 4 months filming a film. So you want him to work twice as long and hit the budget the pay that he got coming in to do the first season was the equivalent of what he did for films. But now you want him to get half of that. But also there's this whole personal aspect of it because of what happened to him. It's just like, kick the dude while he's down. Like,
yeah.
This originally was all supposed to start and film and do everything prior, but because he got injured, it had to kind of get pushed. So I don't know. I think, if you've got someone that's gone through what Jeremy Renner went through and he's still coming out and like, cause I don't know if you guys remember, but even right after the injury, he had that ABC interview where he was like talking about physical therapy and really trying to get back to see if he could do it. They realized he would be able to, work again if he wanted to. And then him finding out how fast can I get back to that performance level? Maybe not doing everything, but being able to get by and do it. So to go from a guy who's trying that hard to get to that point to being like, oh, you're off, I would be pissed. I'd be like, you know what? I'm done. By the way, he's not the only actor to come out recently to be like, F Marvel and what they're willing to pay, because they did it to Carrie Coon as well for Infinity War going into Endgame. So,
oh wow, well that's why he said you can go fly a kite, and I'm sure he didn't use those words. You know what I mean? Like you can go,
yeah,
you can go freak yourself because he, I think he has, and I think he mentioned in this video. It's not a thing about money or like, I want to be rich and famous. It's the fact that he needs to take care of his own body. He needs to take care of his family. But it's the integrity of Disney Marvel to say, hey, if you guys need me to do this, I have to get back into shape after my injury. And I have to film for 8 months or even a full year, like you were saying, Josh. Like, that's crazy that you would now pay me half. Now, the only reason that I could think of why they would pay him half, other than the show just didn't make any money and Disney Plus is in a rut, is that maybe he didn't have as much screen time and they were going to give Kate Bishop the mantle and he was just going to be a side character in his own show, which wouldn't be a surprise for me. But Kate Bishop ends up becoming the new Hawkeye and they just kind of relegate him to nothing else. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, so even Hawkeye season 1 is very much about him passing the mantle. And it's honestly, I felt like it was done in a respectful way. Like it is him getting older. It is, and they played it off as like he's just getting older. He can't do the things that he used to do. So he kind of takes Kate under his wing, somewhat begrudgingly. Kate's way more likable in the show than she ever is in the comics. Huge kudos to Haley Steinfeld for that. And was that show perfect? No, but it had some really good moments. But their plan was to go into a full West Coast Avengers type story with kind of Hawkeye being the captain of the team per se, where he's kind of leading the team. And then part of me actually, and this is what's really shitty about it, part of me wonders if this was almost like a strategic play on Marvel's part. Like now that it's pretty clear, I mean, we know they've shifted directions. Now that it's pretty clear that they're kind of doing a somewhat of a soft, hard, wherever it might go in between the middle reboot after Secret Wars. Part of me is wondering if they're saying like, oh, yeah, Well, you know, part of the reason we didn't do this is because Jeremy didn't want to do it.
You're saying that Disney Marvel would have said that?
I could see them coming in and going like, how can we get rid of this without having the heat on us?
You know? That would be so shady and really, really bad. Yeah.
Yeah. And here's the thing though, because when I saw this and I sent it to you guys, I was like, wow. And then I think Kyle commented and I was like, good on Jeremy Renner for saying this because it's really taboo. It's considered not being a team player when you're in Hollywood. If Hollywood does something like this to you, despite the fact that Hollywood's the one that's doing the shitty stuff to you, you're the bad guy for saying like, no, they only wanted to give me half my money. Like you're the bad guy then.
Right.
And Jeremy Renner's always kind of been a little bit of this X factor. I don't know if you guys remember, but like he blew up because of the Hurt Locker. And they tried real quick to kind of squash him back down because he doesn't play by Hollywood's rules. He's a pretty down-to-earth guy. He always has been. He's not afraid to speak his mind. He's not afraid to speak up if he thinks something isn't right. Even the reason he wasn't in some of those like later Avengers films before Endgame was because of his kid. Like he was like, I don't want to spend 8 months overseas or 6 months overseas. Like I've got my kid. I want to see my kid. So that kind of worked out with him not being in Infinity War and just being in Endgame because they filmed those back to back. So, you know, if he had done that, he would have spent 10, maybe 11 months overseas filming for the most part. So,
dang. Real quick before we move forward with the conversation, I want to say hail to my man Silverlock, dude, member for 30 months. That is 30 big ones. Thank you so much, man. That is so awesome. And I greatly appreciate your support. Silverlock, I actually have the Silverlock book that you recommended me get, and I still haven't gotten a chance to read it yet, but it looks amazing. And I can't wait to dive into it one of these days. So thank you so much. But his member chat says they replaced everybody. Why would he be different? I that's how, like I said, that's how I feel. I feel like they would have no problem just getting rid of him. And this was maybe kind of a move towards that, is to ask or just tell him he's going to be making half of what he initially had made the first season, to almost kind of force him out on his own. But I don't know. But it's great to see you, Silverlock, and thank you again, brother. Appreciate the support. And then we've also got Kaiser Jose, who just became a new member. So Kaiser, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. And, you know, I appreciate the fact that not only you support me, but you also give some dollars to our main man, Kyle. Another celebratory horn for you, but I thought I was a member. I thought I was already a member, said Kaiser. Maybe you were gifted a membership and then you have to re-up, or it has to, like, you know, you have to subscribe over the month or something. But regardless, welcome and thanks for being here, man. Enjoy all the cool member content that you get. So all that being said, where does Jeremy go from here? Because like Josh, you said that he's not very conventional. He is a little bit of a rebel within Hollywood because he's more down to earth, because he's more genuine. And Hollywood, unfortunately, doesn't respect or really like those or value those qualities of authenticity and like a genuine nature. So do we think that we'll see Jeremy in another MCU film, or do you think they're going to try and blacklist him?
I mean, you already know that they hope to have him in there because there are plans for him. But in the same time, we've also seen concept art where you now have Chris Pratt kind of filling what Jeremy Renner's role would have been
with the leader,
with Tate, So, we'll see. You know, what I hope is I hope he stands his ground. If they do this and like, well, we'll move forward without you, I don't think he's gonna care. I think the care that he will have honestly is for the fans, and I genuinely think that. I think he's gonna be like, look, you know, we kind of teased something and we're never gonna deliver to him because you guys can't just come in, you know. And if it's, and again, I think if you had to cut pay a little bit, fine. And usually people are understanding to a degree of like, hey, this isn't making as much. We still want to tell these stories. We're gonna make some cuts, but cutting it in half and still expecting the same thing, like that's
brutal.
Yeah, it's Marvel needs some goodwill right now, and this is not gonna do it. It's not gonna do it for them at all.
But you know what's going to hide the story? Is stupid
Thunderbolts
stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Nope. It'll still get out because people are gonna come out. You'll see this circulate for a little while. So
because it needs to be out there. Like this stuff needs to be talked about more by actors like Jeremy who have been run over for not only doing something heroic in real life, but sacrificing himself to save someone else. I mean, you can't get any more courageous and heroic than that. And like real life superhero stuff is pretty damn cool. And that's how they respect him, or that's how they treat him afterwards. It's just like, yeah, we'll give you half. It's kind of disgusting. Now, he did say in the video, he's like, well, this isn't Disney and Marvel. This is the penny pinchers. I think it's all of them. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I just think it's all of them making.
I wouldn't say it's all of them. There are definitely specific people that would be coming forward saying this, and you're going to have the kiss asses that are going to be like, oh yeah, well, it's what we have to do. But you're going to have certain people that are going to be like, yo, this isn't right. And that might be as vocal as they get, but you have your people that will disagree with it and at least say that. They just don't have the power to change it. Now, what I will say, and look, I get that he gets shit on a lot right now, but if Joss Whedon were still involved with this, he would not have allowed this to happen.
Yeah.
Like he would have been point. Like, yeah, it's.
And he would have said, now you're going to say booyah, okay? And then you're going to shoot your arrow, and then,
there you go.
He's fought for Jeremy. So, I mean, the reason Jeremy Renner is Hawkeye is because of Joss Whedon, and not even because of like, oh, I cast him. He had worked with him previously. It was like, this guy's a workhorse. Let's get him in here.
Oh, that's cool.
Like he deserves some attention. So they brought it. He got him in, and then he had a much larger part for him in Avengers. But then when everything kind of came down to it, they had to edit the film, so they cut out a lot of the Hawkeye plot that was supposed to be in that first film. That's why he made a point like, I'm going to give you something that's more like actual acting and make you the heart and the human of Avengers 2. And then that was the one thing Marvel wanted to cut. They were like, hey, you're going to do this, Joss Whedon, or we're cutting this scene. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was the heart in that film because of his family. Him and his family really made that a completely different dynamic. And now we had something that we knew that he was fighting for, right? Yeah. Like he had so much more depth now, because now every time you see him going into one of these scenes where he's about to fight some giant alien monster or robot or something, the stakes are way higher, because now we've seen him with his loving, beautiful, homely family, right? So,
homely,
yeah. Or not homely, sorry.
Homely.
Like,
your wife is homely.
Yeah.
Tell her to put a comb through her hair.
His wife is gorgeous. But homey family, I think, is what I meant to say. So, but all right. Anything else on Jeremy? I just thought we had to talk about it and at least say the man is not only courageous in real life when he is like protecting others, but he's courageous with his own career, and make sure that he stands up for himself and has the integrity and just the self-worth to understand, like, hey, like, I know what I bring to the table, and you're not paying me half after my body's literally been broken under the machinery of a snowplow. I respect the hell out of that, and that takes balls. So
yeah, if that had happened to me, I would have been like, you know what? I think I'm okay. I don't need to film anything anymore.
Yeah,
I had a good run.
Yeah,
I'm gonna enjoy my family. But he's like, I'll come back. I'll keep working.
He's like, I like the character. I'll get back in shape. I'll do it again. It's like, damn, dude. Okay. But yeah, so shout out to High Performance, which is, I think, the TikTok that released this. High Performance, I'm assuming maybe like a fitness channel or something, because that's what this context looks like. But yeah, this is wild. I mean, first he's on Joe Rogan talking about the accident that he had. Now he's on this TikTok, show and got a huge, bump from that. So yeah, I think he's definitely in the news and will be in for a while, hopefully.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like we should also point out he's almost 55 years old. So
oh, wow.
The physical demand, at that age in general, but a physical demand of a 55-year-old who was like crushed and then coming back, it's a lot.
Yeah. Kyle was sick of this conversation, so he left. But
oh wow.
Do you want to talk about Thunderbolts?
Let's do it.
Sure.
Well, I was asking Kyle because I think he might try and leave again. So.
Oh,
I'm tired of seeing a white man down. You know what? It's not fucking fair. You got to.
You can do. You can go to GoFundMe or the Backer Kid or whatever it is, and go fund that woman who had her kids' diapers stolen. You can go send some money to her.
What?
Yeah.
Have you not seen the woman from the park? The Joan of the Park?
I don't know.
Which is now going around right now.
Am I gonna add that to my collection of like God, women are the worst?
No, you're actually gonna say this is an anomaly, and she's actually super based.
It's something. Oh, it's
something.
Man.
It's a scene, man. Do I even want to? I mean, like it here.
Ooh.
Because you said. It is a scene. Basically, God, how do I even? Do we even talk about it on this show? I don't know.
Even
it's
know.
wild. It's wild.
No one comes out looking good in it.
No, she's getting filmed by a man with an accent that is not from the United States, and he's asking her, "Ma'am," she's got a kid, and he goes, "Ma'am, did you call this little child the N-word?" And she goes, "Yeah, what about it?" And he goes, "Well, you can't say that." And she goes, and flips him off. And he's like, "Ma'am, I'm gonna, put this video on Twitter and YouTube and all this stuff." She goes, "I don't care. The kid was acting like an N, so I called him an N." And so so everyone's like, "Oh my God." So comes to find out the kid was unsupervised and was like, tormenting some of the other kids and was taking some of the diapers and was like stealing the diapers from this lady. So she was like, "Hey, get away." The wild part about this is that the man who was filming her allegedly is an illegal immigrant who is a convicted PDF file. If you catch my drift.
Is it the guy that they arrested recently?
I don't think they arrested anyone.
Not yet.
But they will be soon. Which is why he was at the park, because he was a PDF file.
Wow.
And started filming this woman. So it's like all no one looks good.
It makes no sense. All the while he's claiming you're going to get canceled on the internet. I'm going to put it up. You're going to get canceled, and he is saying the N-word multiple times as well.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what is going on here? That's one of those times where you just walk into and you just walk out. It's just like, that's it for me.
You know what? I'm
out of here.
Like, myself.
I can't imagine. They're just people just walking around like, what is going on here?
Oh man, that's too wild. So, Comics Exposed says, Max, have you seen the Weapons trailer with Julia Garner and Josh Brolin?
Comics Exposed. You should know not to ask Max this question. You can ask Kyle and I this question.
Yeah, if it involves movies, Max is like, huh?
Yeah.
Actually, go to the movie.
Is it Star Trek? Then no.
I like old movies and TV. But no, I have not seen this Comics Exposed. But you know what trailer I did watch?
It looks creepy as shit.
It looks creepy as shit.
So creepy.
Oh, it does look good. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe I'll go watch the trailer. I did see the trailer for Warfare. Oh my god.
I've heard that's an A24 film, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I can watch it because it looks so like real.
Yeah.
I even had a hard time watching what was it? Chris Pratt, Terminalist.
Oh yeah.
Because Terminalist had some flashbacks where he's in country and they're doing some stuff. But dude, watching like the trailer for Warfare, I was like, oh my god, this looks like legit real.
Yeah. I want to see Warfare. I mean, it's out. It's been out for 2 weeks, 3 weeks at this point almost. I really want to see it. We'll see if I can catch it. It's just my schedule's been crazy. Sinners, I also want to see. It's supposed to be.
I know. I want to see it in 70 millimeter. It's here at our Indiana State Museum IMAX, and it was sold out. Like I wanted to go yesterday, and it was sold out. I couldn't. Front row in the IMAX. I'm like, I can't do that.
No.
So,
yeah, I didn't mean to hit my bookshelf behind me, but
oh no. And then all the faces are like super elongated on the screen.
What's going on over there?
What is happening?
Yeah.
So all that being said, though, Josh, this meme of this woman, she's now being called Joan of the Park because she was at the park and like Joan of Arc, and it's like, and now she has this Give Send Go that started as 50,000 because she wanted to say like, hey, I'm looking for protection for my children because I know we're going to get sued into oblivion. I know we're going to have to hire a blah, 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 whatever. So I'm just asking for 50. She nailed it in like the first couple hours. She then moved it to like 150, then 250, and now it's about to reach 500. So there you go.
Yep.
And Jack says people are donating to her Give Send Go, saying that it's from a certain person. So yeah,
I love the internet. God damn it, I love the internet. It's undefeated.
It's undefeated, but I'm glad I don't live here though. That's nice to get away from it every now and then.
Oh yeah.
Especially when you read what was on the other Give Send Go for the kid who did the stabby.
Yeah.
Some of those comments were pretty terrifying. So
yeah, it's pretty messed up.
Yeah. So really makes you think about like, oh, is that what people actually think about? Like, is that why there's so much tension right now? Because then, but
I hope not. I hope it's just a small percentage, but then they get, because it's internet, it's like, everybody must think like this. I don't know.
Right. So, but yeah, like here's $500 to kill the white people, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't look good for anyone. So.
No.
Speaking of looking good for, well, hopefully looking good for everyone, is Thunderbolts that just came out. Now, we haven't seen it, but I just wanted to at least talk about the reviews that have been out for it, because I've heard mixed things. It looks like Aaron and Drew enjoyed it. It looks like Cordwell Garrett liked it. But Alan and Chris did not. They, I think, ranked it, they had it as like a 3 or a 4 out of 10. They were not too fond of it. But they did a like initial reaction review, like right out of the theater. And some of the comments that they found were fascinating. So I'm going to bring this up real quick and we'll play this. But this is from Film Threat, Chris Gore, Alan Ng, and Verbal Riot, Dante. They were kind of talking about this, but I figured I'd play this because this is kind of illuminating to see who's really tweeting out there, and it just feels so fake, so this live stream was like right after they saw it, so I think this was Tuesday or Wednesday, so I'll play a little bit of this.
Great.
I could not hear a thing she said.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah. Well, there we are. I looked up the hashtag Thunderbolts. Let me read some of these tweets before we get to our reaction. There's a lot. So let's get to it. From Zach Pope, Thunderbolts isn't just another comic book movie. It's a raw reflection on depression, inner demons, and the search for self-worth. Hard-hitting, relatable, with stellar action and standout performances. Pullman and Pugh are perfect. One of the MCU's best that puts us on the right course.
Here we go.
Thunderbolts has
one of the MCU's best.
Whoa,
that's high praise.
That is really high praise.
Yeah.
Thunderbolts has saved the MCU.
Those ones are always funny to me. Yeah. The MCU is saved. We're so back, boys. We're so back.
I thought it wasn't gone. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Let's calm down.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're up here. We should be.
We haven't been gone. What are you talking about? We've always been here. We're not saved.
Well, that's what's so funny about it, Kyle, is like whenever someone goes like, "Oh, MCU is back," or "We've been saved," I always go like, "Wait, you're a bigot because we never were gone, right?"
Yeah.
So if it was always peak fire,
yeah,
then
great. What are you talking about?
If everything was great, so did you think there was stuff that was bad? Wait a second.
Interesting. Looking back now, you can say, "Oh, maybe Eternals wasn't that good." Now that I think of it, it was probably an 8 out of 10 instead of an 11 out of 10. So yeah, you're probably right.
Maybe Shang-Chi wasn't the best thing in the world.
Yeah,
maybe it didn't save lives, but
yeah,
still a 9.3 out of a 10.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one always gives me a good belly laugh when it's like Thunderbolts has saved the MCU. It's like, come on, man. All right.
Yikes.
Wonderful performances from the entire cast. Special highlights go to Florence Pugh, Lewis Pullman, and David Harbour. I can't wait to watch this as many times as I can. Beautiful look at the power of unity in the face of mental health. Did anyone, I didn't, a lot of the promotion of the movie didn't hit on that this is also about mental health.
Yeah. Yeah.
From Nico Caruso, Thunderbolts is pretty damn good. Great pacing, a tight script, and effective messaging. The movie really tries to say something about mental health.
Oh my God! Really?
Look, I can confirm that this movie is about mental health.
Loneliness and depression. I really connected with it. Florence Pugh is an absolute star. Also a banger of an ending. Review tomorrow. And by the way, the embargo breaks tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll wait till Wednesday because Wednesday.
This is what's really wild. This next tweet says some great Avengers 2012 vibes.
Whoa.
Woo, boy.
With these F listeners, give me a fucking break now.
I was about to say, like, Avengers 2012 is probably in my top 2 favorite MCU films of all time. So are we
top
really 2? Oh yeah. I would say it's either Infinity War or Winter Soldier and then Avengers.
That would be top 3, but good job, buddy.
But I don't know which one I would choose in the top.
Okay. I thought you were saying those 2 and Avengers. I'm like, yeah, that's third. That's third.
Yeah.
That's third place, Max.
So in my top 3, I have Avengers, I have Guardians of the Galaxy, I have Winter Soldier, and then I just keep listing them all off.
Try it.
But no, I think Avengers 2012 is like, that's what I imagine comic book movies at their peak to be. Like a little bit of a little bit of humor, but actually, keeping the characters pretty serious, like in tone. And the movie takes itself seriously. But no, I liked it a lot.
Okay.
And Joss Whedon was still on board, so but yeah, I know that there's been a lot of talk about like the mental health aspect of this, but one of the things that Alan Ng had said on this live stream was, he said, if the characters don't take the film seriously, why should I? And I thought that was a good point, because when I look at something like Guardians of the Galaxy, it actually takes itself seriously a lot. The first opening scene is Star-Lord watching his mother pass away or almost leave this realm, dying from cancer, right? That is a very heavy topic that like comes back to Star-Lord's hero's journey and his arc consistently throughout the film, kind of elevating that theme of family and being with the ones that you love right before they leave. And so that's why when you have, Groot kind of forming this, this shield and this defense around them, it's like this great family moment with all of them. but then Star-Lord sacrificing himself at the end of the film. These are all really serious themes that take themselves very seriously in that grand scheme of the film, but it's a very goofy and funny and comedic tone. So I think that you can have both. But sorry, Josh, you were going to say something?
I mean, as human beings, we are diverse individuals. We can be funny and angry and emotional and also be complete idiots, like but you've got to write people as people. And part of the problem is they've tried to write caricatures, or they've tried to write, they've tried to make the film a certain thing other than just letting the film be about the characters. Like, it's fine to incorporate comedy into an action thriller or an action drama or whatever. You can have moments of that because that's going to give you your peaks and valleys. It's going to be something you come in and you get all aspects of it. When you talk to people about like some of their favorite TV series, yeah, it might be classified as a drama, but usually you're getting like action and drama and comedy and romance. Like it's encompassing everything. So yeah, I know there's the talk of like mental health, and I don't know. I think it's one of those buzzwords. I get why people are talking about it. I do, from what I understand, there are elements of this that really kind of lean into it, especially with Elena. Like, her whole thing is being just apathetic towards everything as a character. But it makes sense for her character when you look at what we've seen from her character. Like, everything that she knew to be a family was fake. If you watched Black Widow, and that was kind of a theme for her character in Black Widow. Like, she grew up living with these spies, thinking they were her family, and then at like 8 or 9, they gets ripped away, and she's told like, no, it's fake. Now you're going to start your training to be a spy. So she does that, and she never feels fulfilled. And then when she starts finding something that will fulfill her, like true relationships, you have the snap, and she goes away and then comes back. And when she comes back, that person is gone. Like, I can understand depression in that. And I think it's fine to play with it, but we'll have to see how well they handle it. I feel like it's probably 20% of the film, and they're acting like this entire film is about depression and mental health. And that's why it's an A24 film. It's like,
oh God. Yeah, of course it's A24. Yeah. It's funny because there is a college here somewhere in California, and a lot of you hear a lot of students that come out of that college, and they will say like, I want to work for A24 because it's like the new hot thing, right?
I mean, yeah.
And I think it's just a bunch of Zoomers who run the place. So yeah, or maybe more millennials, but still Zoomers as well.
Well, A24 unfortunately is turning into the thing that they were against,
trying to
big Hollywood. When I liked A24 back when it was a small indie startup for elevated horror. It's like that was a big inspiration for the book I wrote for this first issue anyway. It's like, I like The Witch. It's a great movie. And A24 back then, it's like, yeah, we want to do these small little films, small little projects, and now they're turning into fucking giant ass Hollywood now, and it's just like,
it's such a bummer. I feel like, and maybe you guys can push back on this a little bit if you feel like it, but do you feel like that happens with all of these really great little niche things? Because like at some point, the things that are going to be enjoyable and likable to a mainstream audience, when they are so niche, it's like, man, I love this thing, right? And then once it turns mainstream, it's like, well, then it loses what I loved about it, to begin with. And then it's like, well, it's not that thing anymore. I don't know, but I wonder if everything has that type of progression where in its infancy, at some point it will become mainstream. Like, I don't know if Warhammer will ever do that, because I don't know if Warhammer would gather a mainstream audience. Maybe video gamers, like gamers have really caught on to Warhammer stuff, but that's because the game is awesome. But like, would it capture an audience with movies and TV shows? And I don't know. So, but yeah, it is unfortunate, because it's like, even with bands, you're like, oh man, this indie band that I like, their first EP or their first album is like the tits. It's like my favorite thing they've put out, and then they sold out. They started making money, and then they sell out, and then they just sound like everyone else. And it's like, well, dang it, man. It feels like it always happens. Everyone goes mainstream, and it's like, well, then they lose the charm.
Yeah. I think when you're looking at stuff like film studios, it's inevitable. Like, because if you have a studio like A24, where they come in and their purpose, their passion, what they're trying to do is create quality films and quality projects, they're gonna continue to be under the radar for a while, and they're gonna have hit, and then after like 6, that's when the spotlight's gonna suddenly turn and be like, oh, these guys are knocking it out of the park. Watch what they're doing. And then suddenly money starts coming in. And then that's when the game changes. The game isn't about making, and I'm not saying that like this isn't what the creators want. I'm saying that, you have people that you have to answer to. And if you're spending more money, then you need to make more money. And at that point, you have to stop being niche, and you've got to be more for general audiences. So, it's like I said, it's inevitable. And that's why you'll see people consistently go start these small production companies. They'll have some success. It'll blow up. You'll have new people step in, take over. A bigger production company will buy it out. Someone's going to buy A24 before we know it. If they haven't already, I don't know. I don't keep up with this shit anymore.
Yeah, I don't know either.
And then the people that started A24 are going to go create a separate, small little company that you're not going to hear anything about. And then they'll try to at least use that name to be like, oh, from the people behind A24 or whatever it might be. So,
yeah, it's cyclical like that. It's unfortunate, but
yeah,
to see it actually start up, like, wasn't around when a lot of these film companies were around. It's like they're so fucking old at this point. To see one become so big as A24. And it's not to say it's like I'm not damning them. It's like good for them. It's like that's great that they're able to do this and put out all these big production films and get these amazing actors and stuff in there. You could pay them now. It's like that's great, good for you. But then it's like, okay, who's going to be the next person that's going to come up and say, I want to be the next A24, but I want to do it this way, or fuck them for getting big and this, that, and the other. And I want to do it this way. It's like that's the cyclical part of this. We need that giant to come up and be like, you know what? Fuck these people. I want to do it different. I want to do it better. Then you're going to get the new A24 production company out there. I don't know who they're going to be and when, but yeah, it's crazy.
You said that your favorite is The Witch?
I really love that film. It's great.
Okay.
And that I really took a lot of that in the first issue of Seeds of Evil. I really wanted a small indie horror film that was very closed off, small group of people, like just isolated is what I wanted that feel. And that's what that movie is.
I mean, it is one of Eggers. Is that Eggers' debut? Robert Eggers as a director? I think it may have been one of his first, if not.
Yeah.
Because I know that a lot of people still to this day are like, it's his best one yet. It's his first. It was his first one and his best one. And all the other ones that he's done so far haven't, lived up to it. But I don't know
if I agree with that. But yeah. I think because that was so new in terms of what elevated horror was. That movie came out, it fucking bombed. Everyone hated it. They're like, so it's scary, it's stupid, it's dumb, it's fucking, really, boring and late. It's like this, that, and the other. It's like, yeah, because we didn't know what elevated horror was at that point. So of course, the first one out of the gate isn't necessarily the one that's going to be thanked. It's the second and the third one that do it better. And they're like, oh no, we'll change it and add these things. And it's like, that's the good one. It's like, yeah, but did you see the real inspiration behind this? So being able to go back, and thankfully I didn't see it when it first came out. I didn't even know what the fuck it was. So I saw it years later after all of it happened. And I'm like, holy shit, this is fucking amazing. And it's like that. Who knows? If I would have seen it at first when they were pushing it as horror, I probably would have hated it.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you know more about this because you're more of a horror guy, but like when was it, Halloween or was it The Thing, or it was something from John Carpenter that came out and all of them kept bombing and he was like, what is happening? Like maybe
The Thing bombed in the theater.
Yeah,
when it came out.
And to this day I still don't understand how that could ever happen. Now granted, it came out in the peak, the golden era of like films, like in the 80s when there was just everything was good. And maybe that's a little hyperbolic, but it really did feel like almost everything was good. But like that's like, dare I say, a 10 out of 10 film.
It is. You could arguably
Like,
say that it
it
is
may
one of
be
the
perfect.
best films ever made. Not just horror.
Oh yeah,
film,
not just horror.
film in general. Yes.
Yeah,
Easily up there.
I agree with that.
It was ahead of its time too. You know, we have to look at the films that were legitimately ahead of their time, and that was part of the reason they bombed. Is people just weren't ready for it. You know,
right? It was gore porn. I mean, they fucking lambasted the shit out of that film.
Oh man, that's wild. But anyway, Thunderbolts. Sorry, we started talking about other stuff.
Thunderbolts.
That was better. Thunderbolts.
Mental health.
Yeah, mental health and Thunderbolts, and this is going to save the MCU, and this is peak fire, bro.
And it's going to save depressed people.
Well, that's what they're hoping for, is that people are going to come out and say, I resonated with this because I have depression and anxiety and I have trauma that I'm dealing with. And now I get to, you know, so I shouldn't be too judgmental because I haven't seen it. I probably won't see it. But if it does actually do a good job of handling that stuff, bravo to them. That's awesome. I don't know if that's how Marvel wants to continue forward, though, because right now I think we need more hope than anything, which is why when you look at like the Fantastic Four trailer and the Superman trailer, I feel like there's more hope in those. It's bright, it's bold, it's comic booky, it's very, look up, right? So I think hopefully we're moving away from this like, oh, I have to access my trauma to feel like the depressive thoughts, to understand how to, navigate and it's just like, okay, all right, yeah. But we'll see.
Yeah.
I think it can be done well, but not right now, maybe.
I also think that I will say their ad campaign for Thunderbolts has been god awful. It has been terrible. Yeah, I mean, think about the trailers that have come out. They haven't been good trailers. Like that first trailer they released, the first 45 seconds to a minute is the whole Red Guardian being like, "Oh, I told you to leave delivery on doorstep." And then you get all that, and then you get if you cut all of that out and just start with Yelena's monologue as they go into the warehouse, and you have some of those warehouse clips. If they had just shown that, people have been like, "Oh, this looks like this could actually be sick." And then you get the second trailer, and I was like, I don't know. I still don't know about this. And then they started showing all these little television clips that were just focused on character. And then suddenly people were like, okay, we might have something here. But I think the fact that it kind of was downplayed and people didn't expect much, I think is going to help the film. Because I do think I think people are going to be like, oh God, here we go. We got another Blapton America on our hands. Like, way to go. Okay. But they're going and seeing it, and it sounds like pretty consensusly, there's a pretty unanimous consensus that it's at least a decent film, which for Marvel feels like a miracle at this point.
I was about to say,
so I'm sure people are, overshooting their shot, but even people that I know and trust that saw this prior to the release, got to see it with press stuff. They were saying no, it's actually a solid film. They're not saying great, but they're saying solid or good. So that's a plus. And even the negativity, quote unquote, that I've heard about it, it's been pretty minor. I've heard a few people go, hey, there's quite a bit of humor, but it's not like your standard Marvel humor. It's a little more irreverent to a degree. And the people that wrote and directed this are the team from Beef on Netflix. And they said the style of humor in this is more in line with what humor was like on that show. Beef. With the guy that was originally supposed to play Sentry, the Asian guy. He's one of the co-leads. That's part of the reason he got cast as Sentry.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that they.
I know.
Yeah.
And then the only other kind of negativity I've heard is there could stand to be actually more action. Considering the characters that you have here.
Sure.
And mainly the action scene in the third act was a little disappointing. Like it feels abrupt, apparently.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was gonna say only other note was if you're going in because you want to see Bucky, there's not a lot of Bucky.
Which is like, why and how and when? Like, in all of the different like leadership meetings that you have, and all the different like consensus. What are those things called when you get like a group of people together and they watch something and then you gather data from them?
Focus groups. I hate
focus groups. Thank you so much. In all the focus groups, like, how did no one say Bucky is by far everyone's favorite character in this group of F-listers? Like, it should have been focused on Bucky, if not having Bucky giving him his own film.
Well, but I think that's because this, in all intents and purposes, is Black Widow 2. But Black Widow was so bad that they knew they couldn't call it Black Widow. I mean, this isn't me. No. Hold on. This isn't me speaking shit. This is stuff that I have heard from people that work for Disney, that it was a conversation that Black Widow was so bad and was received so poorly that they couldn't call this Black Widow 2.
I believe it.
So,
and from what I've been hearing and from what some of the conversation has been, is that a lot of guys are saying the movie focuses on Yelena. And so it should kind of be more like Yelena and Friends instead of Thunderbolts, so which would track if it were originally a Black Widow film. So
you have an Academy nominated actor in your movie and you're like, fuck this guy. Let's not give him more scenes.
We'll relegate him
to
the
an actual good actor.
Yeah.
According to
you know why?
Well, according to assume.
Because he played that role.
Exactly.
He played the role of the Cheeto Man.
Too good. You're too good.
Did you ever watch that?
I've watched clips of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I felt like it didn't look great. I was like, no, I'm good.
You got nominated for this? All right.
But that's also why he looks a little frumpy. He literally went from that and had like not even a week before they finished filming, and then he went into this.
Oh,
whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't look like Winter Soldier when you're trying to beat Trump.
Trying to beat Trump, yeah.
Yeah. But I haven't seen even clips of that film. So, but no, such a shame. Oh well. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, but while I do that, feel free to talk about. Oh, do you want me to? I can move on to the next topic.
No, go pee. Well, you know what? Kaiser Jose asked a question. Go pee, Max. Go pee.
Okay, thank you.
We're gonna have big boy talk for a second. Kaiser Jose earlier asked what our top 5 films would be. Do you have a top 5?
It changes.
I know it's hard. It's hard. I agree.
My number 1 is always Back to the Future. That will always be my number 1 film.
Cool.
Jesus. It changes all the time.
The hard thing for me is that I have films that I enjoy, and they're like my favorites because I enjoy them and I could never get tired of them. And then I have films that I think are legitimately like excellently filmed, written, acted, but it's not something I want to sit down and watch all the time because usually they're depressing as fuck.
Right. Or very hard to watch. And I'm just like,
yeah,
man, that was a slog. Or I really loved it in the theater, but I'm like, man, I don't know if I could ever watch that movie again. But it was damn good, and I want to hold on to that.
Yeah. I put let me scroll back up so I don't lie. But I put Jurassic Park because it will always be one of my all-time favorites. Children of Men for me is, in my opinion, one of the best films ever made. The way they filmed it. I personally love Green Street Hooligans. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
Okay. But yeah. A long time ago. I've seen it in a long time.
It was one of those that's like a guilty pleasure for me. I think it's better than guilty pleasure status. I felt like I had to pick a comic book film. So if I'm going to pick a comic book film, it's The Dark Knight.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
And then I put 7.
7. Nice. Okay. I'm okay
Kaiser,
with that.
Inglourious Bastards, Terminator 2.
Terminator 2 is,
History of Violence. See, I wasn't as crazy about A History of Violence. I thought I was going to like it more than I did. That's just me.
See, I think it also depends on when you are introduced to a movie as well at any given time. That is a huge inspiration. Like Goodfellas easily be put on a list. Godfather could be put on my list. Terminator 2 could be put on the list. Jaws will probably be on my list.
You guys talking about top 5 films of all time or top 5 horror?
Just top 5.
Top 5.
But we were saying it's hard because you didn't look at it as like favorite films versus best films, and the
rewatchability.
There's a lot that goes into that. So I try to kind of pull a mix in my top 5 of here you go. So
everyone's wrong if they don't have Lord of the Rings trilogy as their first 1, 2, and 3. So of their top 5. And then naturally after that, it's Braveheart and Gladiator. Not in that order. It's Gladiator, Braveheart, but
that's the real list.
So in terms of
you
like
could make an argument for Fellowship being on the list. Yeah, top 5.
Yeah.
Make an argument? No.
Yeah.
It's like Fellowship is the list.
Listen, it's no Wakanda Forever, okay? But
sure. Right. Well,
he's like,
thank you guys.
Yeah,
thank you guys for holding down the fort while I went and used the restroom. So
#Tinkle time.
Little boy's room. Tinkle.
Wow! Don't #little boy's room.
Kaiser says Two Towers is the better of the 3. Ooh, I think it's the third out of the 3.
Agreed. We talked about this in Dallas last year. I do think Two Towers is the one that's the most like easily digestible because it's kind of the flashier of all 3.
Yeah. But the Helm's Deep battle is that's the best. I mean, obviously.
Oh yeah.
It's where you're going to get it. Fuck everything else pretty much in that movie. The Helm's Deep shit. Like
you get stuff with Eowyn. It's like no one cares about her. Like,
fuck
and
her.
then
I want her to die.
if you'll remember, Kyle, we all unanimously agreed that Fellowship was the best film. Mm-hmm. And then Max had to go like find the clip where he's like, no, I didn't say that. So he found the one moment where he's talking about it. I'm like, no, there's another moment during our conversation where you agreed.
Right.
I have receipts though in video format.
He has receipts of a video that he took off. He removed it and then sent clips of receipts. I'm like, no. Let's watch the whole thing.
Yep. Keep going.
Oh man. It is objectively the best out of the 3 though. And I think the third might be my favorite though. I don't know. It's hard to say.
You get the payoff for the third. That's the big benefit there.
Yeah.
And you get my friends you bow to no one. It's like,
And then you get that clip that I sent you where it's very clear that Frodo has no idea what Legolas's name is.
It's true.
He's saying everyone's name.
Everyone's name except him. He was
Legolas walked in. He's like,
you man, hey guy.
It would have been great if he just said elf.
Oh. You. Yeah. No, that's pretty funny. The other one though, the first film. Oh, see, yeah, because Fellowship has Boromir. And that kind of trumps everything. So yeah.
That's how. But man, Gandalf talking to Pippin when they're getting ready to die. And Gandalf explaining what it is when you die. I'm just like, fuck, dude. Like, damn.
And then he goes, it doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah.
And he's like, no. Yeah, and all the while you're hearing like a cave troll pounding on like the door.
Just death is right there.
Like, yeah. And you are a hobbit. You should not be here. And yet here you are in this big world, and you've been brought here, and the only one to console you is or not the only one, but the one to console you is like a descendant from the Maiar, which are I believe the angels that Tolkien had created, but like I think the wizards were part of the Maiar, or some sort of had some sort of connection, and then were brought to Middle Earth. But yeah, like you have this otherworldly godlike being. Okay, I'm being autistic. Never mind.
You lost me, man. I can only go so far, and then it's like,
Yeah,
don't
I was
care
like,
anymore.
I like Gandalf. Don't talk
There
about
we go.
angels. Though. Yeah,
Gandalf's a great character. Don't give a fuck where he comes from or who he's in charge of or whatever the shit.
Yeah.
How many
I
wizards?
was-
I don't care at
Yeah.
all. Who cares?
I was thinking about something and I was like, oh, I should bring this up. And then I like zoned in. I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about right now. So I was gonna say, because I'm short. If you've met me, I'm like 5'7" to 5'8". And all my brothers are like 6 foot. So when I was, little, well, not even when I was little, in general, when I would start running, my brothers would be like, hurry, hobbits, it's hurry. So
Oh, that's mean. That's pretty funny. Though.
it was I laughed at it. So
Yeah,
You got
that's
to.
pretty good.
yeah.
Kaiser says Max is right. Well, I don't know what I'm right about, but I am right. So there you go. Jack Frost is Back to the Future is indeed a great freaking movie. And Kyle, that's your favorite of all time, I think, right?
Correct. Perfect movie.
How about them comics? Yeah, comics are good. I mean, we like comics here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Never seen that movie.
Oh,
No.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure it's good. If it
sounds
came out in the past 10 years, I haven't seen it though. So
Well, clearly.
and I haven't seen Top Gun Maverick. I haven't seen comics. So all righty. So on to the next topic. So you guys, chat, you didn't really ask for it, but we're going to give it to you anyway. This past week, the Mighty Golden Patriot was released on, through RippaSend. So I am going to,
What makes him golden?
his Power Ranger outfit is gold. Josh.
So he doesn't like pee on people?
No, that would be the Mighty
Okay.
Golden Shower. But
I thought it was because he was Jewish.
Are we saying he's a
The-
stingy Jew?
I think so. He's
Okay.
covered in
Oh.
gold, and I think I don't know. I was like, and it's in Egypt. I'm like, uh-oh, what are we talking about here?
Oh, interesting.
Mhm.
But yeah, so I figured I'd show the campaign. So let me go ahead and share my screen here. So this is the Mighty Golden Patriot campaign. So this is the Golden Patriot. So if you are looking, wait a second.
I like it.
Contact your local dealer for price.
Oh,
That
RippaSend
can't-
is he's wheeling
that
and dealing
can't be right.
locally, eh? Okay, good for him.
Wait, this can't be right. What am I looking at here? What is this? Why am I? Oh, so you can download the comic?
Oh, it's not very gold.
What does it mean when it says 400-pound weight capacity?
Oh, is that for fans? Like fans
Maybe.
who are 400 plus pounds should probably read this.
Yeah, maybe. I think that's right, Max.
Okay, maybe it's talking about like the fan base or like who should be collecting, but yeah, I mean, this is a high quality product if I've ever seen one, boy.
I'm sold.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, whenever I typed in Golden Patriot in Google, that is the first link that comes up. So, and I wish I were joking, but I just found it hilarious. So I had to type in the Mighty Golden Patriot, which is where we came across the actual page. And that is, I'm going to just share my window because I have so many tabs open that it's just going to be easier if I do that. Here we go. The Golden Patriot pre-order is currently at $66,000 in sales with a little Thunderbolts asterisk. Pre-order goal of $100,000. almost 2,500 books sold. So in terms of like how many people, we don't know, but 2,500 books have been sold. I think there are tiers, where you can get like all four, or you can get all four signed and graded. So we'll go through some of this in just a second. It's almost to 70% of its sales goal, but we still got about 2.5 more months, right, until July 26th. So there's still plenty of time for this to make it to $100,000. But before we get into the campaign, I am going to be super real with everyone and say that I'm not the biggest fan of Yellow Flash, but I don't want to be. Yeah, I know, right? I think I've expressed my thoughts on the man. But I want to try and be as unbiased as possible for when we talk about the timeline here. So, and you guys may need to help me with this because there are some things that I want to make sure I'm getting absolutely right. So chat, feel free to help out with this. And Kyle, I know you've been kind of following this story as well, so feel free to interject at any point if I get something wrong. But from my understanding, timeline-wise, because there's a lot of people who are like, what the heck is going on? Why is there so much drama about this comic book campaign? It's just about a Power Ranger, right? What's so big about that? Back in 2016 to 2022, ComicsGate was booming. EVS was on his live streams. Your boy Zaxx was doing his thing. And Yellow Flash was a huge part of the ComicsGate community. He even created the ComicsGate community page on Twitter, or now X, where creators could share their work, discuss comics they liked or like comics they had backed in the crowdfunding space, have conversations and discussions about the current state of modern comics, and more, like all kinds of different stuff. Yellow Flash had essentially ingratiated himself within the culture and within this space because he was the anti-SJW YouTube channel that had a pretty big following with a big platform who was able to crusade and champion for ComicsGate against the woke mainstream. And so that was, I think, a big reason why he kind of gained such a big following and had a big foothold on the space. Now, to my knowledge, Kyle, no one, and maybe I'm wrong, but no one in ComicsGate actually thought of him as like a creator.
No.
They just knew
personality.
Yeah, he's a YouTube guy.
Yeah.
He does really lazy, uninspired, completely devoid of any creative integrity whatsoever videos, and he does like 10 of them a day.
Right. He's one of those that just puts out,
Oh no.
Oh boy,
Look
here
who
we go.
Is. McDizzy.
Oh, what's up, fuckers?
Oh no.
I hear we're here to talk about some bullshit.
Oh, well, looks like Big Dick is back in town, eh?
Big Dick is back in town.
Oh, it's good to see McDizzy. I didn't know that he was going to make an appearance tonight.
McDizzy never knows when he's going to make an appearance. It depends on how drunk he is and how many chicks he's banged. But
hell yeah,
it is what it is. Yeah,
well, you're gonna want to drink, McDizzy, after hearing some of this nonsense that's been going on with this. So
yeah. Let's keep talking about this skid mark Yellow Flash. Let's
yeah. So he is being used essentially at this point in time by ComicsGate as kind of this dog off its leash, because they know that he can like go out and do these like crazy videos, or he can do 5 videos a day on, whoever is in the mainstream right now. So they started using him because they knew that he could further the cause of ComicsGate. Then come like 2023, Yellow Flash starts talking with EVS, discussing what it would look like to create a comic book. He shared with EVS that the artist he wanted to use was Dillard, and was so efficient that he was going to have the book completed by fall of 2024. So initially, in initial talks, and we'll actually watch a clip here, Dillard was in talks with Yellow Flash to have the book done by October 2024. So when it comes to the whole like, oh, well, their book is late, or we're getting our books out on time, that always made me question, like, okay, so if you push a book back because of a timeline, or you have to change because of family issues or something, does that mean your book is late, or does it mean you're postponing your book? You know what I mean?
It's a gray area. Whatever
It's
you
good.
want.
Yeah, we can't talk about that,
Right.
unfortunately.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no.
If I hate you, your book's late.
But if you're cool and I want to buy it, then we had to postpone it. It's fine.
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah. So during that same time, Yellow Flash asked EVS to do a cover for the comic book. No money was exchanged during this period of time. But Ethan agreed, assuming that Yellow Flash and him would discuss pricing later. When EVS shared that his cover was going to be $4,000 for the cover, with an additional $1,000 for every 10,000 copies made, Yellow Flash, in a fit of rage and disgusted by the offer, went to Twitter and released the private information to the internet, to the world.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys this. Ethan Van Sciver, regardless of whether you think he's an egomaniac, a narcissist, annoying, whatever it may be, a $4,000 cover, I think, in my opinion, you might as well get it for free. $4,000 is nothing.
Nothing. That's his friend rate. I was like, he only charges you that. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like, oh no, that's a friend rate. I'm like, yeah, no shit, it is, because it's probably $10,000.
Oh, easy. Like, because when you think about original art from EVS, we're talking maybe $50,000 if you wanted to buy an original art piece from Ethan Van Sciver.
Depending on the page, yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Now a cover, I think he said, was 15,000, anywhere between 10 to 15,000 or something like that. So 4,000, that's nothing for a cover that was most likely going to be the cover of the entire campaign.
And EVS knows that, and Yellow Flash knows that. Everybody knows that. That is going to be the cover that everybody wants.
100%, which is why Eric July even used EVS for ISOM number 2. And sure enough, it almost outsold Bloodruth. That cover alone.
Right.
The EVS cover of ISOM number 2 almost outsold a completely different book that Eric was making.
And his cover's not that good.
It's not. It's not his best. It's not.
No,
his
it's
best.
not.
Not only did Yellow Flash do this, but in a drunken stupor, he then deleted the ComicsGate community page on Twitter, which was just the beginning of dividing this fan base and causing a ton of disgruntled customers and fans, and which you could argue was a big reason why so many people had an issue with Dillard taking the deal that we're about to take, because by Flash deleting that community page with all the fans, all the friends, all the creators that were sharing campaigns, sharing books that they loved, talking about comics, hundreds of different people gone in a single night of alcohol. It was just done. No more. So that was the nail in the coffin, the straw that broke the camel's back. And that, in my opinion, I think created the nightmare that is now Trashcast. Like without Flash releasing the page rate and without Flash deleting the ComicsGate community page, Trashcast would have never been born. So he almost created his own monster.
Yeah, he and Eric July both. They both created their own monster.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the page gets deleted. Once that happens, Ethan Van Sciver starts the YouTube live stream known as Trashcast. Since then, there's been broken relationships, friendships, people arrested, doxing, debates, trolling, death threats, and more that I won't cover here, though, because we don't have the time, nor the energy, or the brain power to cover it all. And plus, a lot of it really isn't relevant to what we're about to talk about, so we won't talk about all that. The only thing that we really need to talk about from that moment in time, boom, it's like the atom just, was created, and just like the big bang had happened, and like, oh my God, Trashcast is now alive. Frankenstein's monster is a living thing. From there until this past week when the campaign was launched, the only thing I think that we really need to talk about is Dillard's page rate. But who better to talk about that than Dillard himself? So on a live stream that Dillard was on, Dillard is the artist for Yellow Flash's comic book. He talked about how he's currently going through, or at the time, this was like, I think, December 2024. No, sorry, December 2023. It was a year ago, and he talks about the flood that happened to his house.
Mm-hmm.
And his house is completely destroyed, so much so that he and his family have to move out into like a shed in the backyard or something, right?
Yeah.
Or a tent in the backyard, something like that. This is where my mind gets, I don't remember the extreme details, but I know that there was a lot of damage done to the house and that people were concerned and they wanted to help him. So this is what Dillard was kind of talking about in that live stream. And this is Ethan Van Sciver kind of reacting to it. This is from Katie Did's channel. Let's see what Dillard had to say.
I know your house is like in shambles. Your workstation is a mess, and then all of a sudden, like
That's
one
my
guy.
fault.
Well, I'm just the one guy who's supposed to be paying you money for something. You know, all of a sudden everybody's like, "Oh, he might be this, or he might be." That. You're kind of like, "Oh, geez, man, can anything?"
Well,
else
that's the
fall on
problem,
this
right?
guy?
I'm not getting paid.
Well,
I'm a partner in the book, so I get paid on the back end after the book funds.
Right.
So it's like I really
Still
need
though,
this book to do well, you know.
You're like,
Ooh, I really need this book to do well. So yeah, I think at this point, Ethan just completely goes like,
it's just
No,
one.
but
thing.
that's the issue, Levi. That's the issue. Is like I've been for the last 6 months working on this book, meaning I've been really taking a cut in pay because I've been doing this book without pay. Right? I've been working on.
So for, I guess I'll preface this. This was a decision made by two grown men. You know, Dillard did agree to this arrangement. Yellow Flash did pose this to him, and both of these men shook hands. They are grown men. They both signed the deal. Doesn't mean we have to like it. Doesn't mean we have to say that Yellow Flash isn't, in my opinion, someone who is taking advantage of someone else. And it seems like this is very ill practice when Yellow Flash clearly has plenty of money to pay Dillard, right? But yeah, any thoughts about this with like Dillard? Like you said, he wasn't paid. He hasn't been paid for 6 months. It's been 6 months since anything. And so what he ended up having to do was take on full-time work to get 100%, paid for the week, the month, the year. But then that caused Yellow Flash's book to be put on the back end because he's not getting paid for anything until later, Let's see if I can play a little bit more of this.
Yellow Flash, you fucking idiot. Crowdfund your goddamn book.
Yep.
And pay John Dillard. You don't get to line up with Eric July. Eric July had the money to pay everybody. Eric July's in a unique position. Make him sit there and wait for a paycheck. Put out paying artists.
I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything that Dillard may have said afterwards, because I thought that he said something else. But it could have just been that. Now, there is one more clip that I wanted to show, and I think this one also gives us some good context here. So let's play this.
I'm on the good list.
Flash blocked me too, and I didn't do nothing.
No, you forgot.
What was the timeline?
Yeah, basically what happened was when Yellow Flash took off and deleted that room.
Something good's coming now. Go ahead.
Yeah, when he took off, when he deleted that room, right? Everybody got mad at him, and then Ethan started going after Yellow Flash, and then he was like, "Man, fuck you guys, I'm out of here." And he started blocking everybody that was giving him shit, right?
Right. That was December, yeah.
Yeah, and then Ethan's like, "I'm doing Trash Cast," and then Ethan went off the deep end and started doing nothing but trash shows, and then everybody in CG is like, "What the fuck is this guy doing?" So yeah, there's a very real correlation between the new direction that Ethan went and everybody else like being like, "Hey, this shit ain't right around here." That's like that timeline matches up exactly.
No, that's right. Yeah,
Go, Dylan, go.
But the
can I ask a question of Dillard? Am I allowed? Can I raise my hand? Teacher? So correct me if I'm wrong, Dillard, because I might have incorrect information. But I heard that Yellow Flash was going to do a crowdfunding, then he canceled it, and that's where the whole argument over the 40% arose from. Because he was supposed to do that crowdfunding, you would have gotten your 40% right away. But then when he canceled it, now you have to wait for the new pre-order campaign. I mean, he was never going to do
you're incorrect. You are incorrect.
Okay.
See, what happened was we were in a back room and we were talking about the release date of the book, and it was going to be short. And we were like, no, I want to make this longer because there was going to be a fight scene at the end of it that we were going to cut out and put in book 2. And I was like, no, this needs to be in book 1 so we can have a big culmination. So we made the book longer. We made the book because I made that little trailer, coming out in October. I made that like early in the year.
So that's why I think that initially, Dillard even said he made a trailer that was like coming this October. So they thought that it was going to be finished October of like 2024. So yeah, like almost a year ago, right?
Jesus. Yeah.
We hadn't even started the book yet. And everybody was real excited, but they're like, oh, well, like, I guess the book's not happening now. I was like, no, we just made the book longer. So we pushed the date back of when we were going to do the campampain.
Well, I think maybe that
awesome.
might have.
And then I had that stuff happen with my house, so I had to take paid work from more paid work from other people. Because what happened was I was doing about 60% paid work, and I was spending some free time doing the Yellow Flash book as I got free time as it arose. But then I needed to do 100% paid work, so I had to put that project with Yellow Flash I'm doing on hold while I did nothing but paid work. So it pushed the date back even further.
Dude, the worst part is that you feel the need that you have to even justify like all the shit that's happened. You know what I mean?
It's so stupid. Yeah.
No, I'm just telling you what. I'm not justifying. I'm just telling you what happened.
No.
So I think that's really telling, and I think it was good for him to kind of explain that, though, that he wasn't able to work on Flash's book for a while because he was like, listen, I don't have any income. I don't have anything coming in, right? So now with the deal that he made, he knew that, he understood that, but that did mean that Flash's book was going to have to take longer, which is why it didn't come out till 2025, even though they initially had started talking about it maybe 2022 or 2023, something like that. So all that being said, though, it's a good insight into what he was thinking and to like what they were talking about in terms of like, oh, okay. Because the big question is, everyone's like, oh, why is everyone concerned trolling about Dillard's page rate? No one cares about Dillard. And it's like, no, but like, even if we don't care about him or even if we don't know him, we do care about big YouTubers exploiting artists in the comic book industry for their own gain and doing so maliciously. That's what we care about. And then making a shirt to like dunk on the haters or whatever, which we'll go over in just a second. But yeah, had you guys ever heard this or seen this clip before of him kind of talking through some of the 6 months of essentially not being paid?
No, I try to avoid videos of retards. I mean, you can keep playing this. That's fine. You can keep playing these videos. I'm just going to keep debating which bullet might taste better. But go ahead. I have thoughts in a second, but
okay. All right. I'll see if there's, there may be a little bit more of this. So let me see if there's anything else here.
No, you need clarification because I was wrong. And like I said, a lot of people, the way I was told that October was going to be a launch and you guys were going to do a crowdfunding, and then Yellow Flash had canceled it because of the Eric July thing, and then that's how everyone was explaining it to me.
Dude, to be honest, Yellow Flash should thank his fucking lucky stars you're on that project, because I would never back it if it was somebody else, most likely. That's the true facts of it all. But
then why did you back it at all? Like, just go pay Dillard for something.
Right.
Yep.
Like, if you don't like Yellow Flash that much, like, just to pay Dillard to do something cool. Like,
yep.
that's just me.
I don't really think that if Ethan wants to go after Yellow Flash, that's fine. But I don't think Ethan should have started bringing up Dillard and whatever their contract was about. That's what kind of threw shade on everything, and that's when the kind of the rift started.
Maybe
My
I hope I'm
face
not
is
overstepping my
there
grounds. But Dillard, are you getting 40% of the project, 40% of just the first book, 40% of the IP? Because I think that's also a point of contention. Obviously, if you can't say anything, that's understandable.
I mean, I can say whatever. I mean, I'm 40% owner of everything.
Dude, you're gonna make a lot of money. That's the funny.
Bro, you're gonna make a lot of money.
You sure about that?
Well, but it is good to know, because that was a great question. Because I was like, okay, does he own 40% of the books, or does he own 40% of that stupid shirt that says "Pay your artist" too? So apparently, from what I'm gathering from the campaign, he owns 40% of all the money that comes in.
Right.
Or I guess 40% of what is made in terms of because I know Eric has to get a cut for RippaSend. Right. So maybe that the 40% is taken out of that cut, the one that doesn't include. I don't know. It's also
exactly. It's all shady shit.
Messy,
dude.
Messy. Yeah.
That's stupid.
I mean, I hope so.
Part about
well,
all this shit. At the end of the day,
and all that stuff that happened with Ethan, that's old news. That happened and it's over now. Like he said himself, whatever Dillard does, that he made his bed. That's my business.
Right.
All right, we can end it there. So, but yeah, you guys had any thoughts on that?
I have a lot, but
yeah, I mean, where do you even start with?
Listen, you two jiggly tits, I'll start because I've already been biting my tongue. So listen, I'm going to start with this shit-stained Yellow Flash, who's apparently like some sorority vagina that can't hold his fucking alcohol while drinking Malibu. Like, come on, dude. You're trying to launch a fucking book and you're going to go out there and delete and completely piss off like 90% of the audience that's actually going to pay for your shit. Nice job, retard. Why don't you go pee on the Pope while you're at it? As for Dillard draws, look, as much as I feel bad for this fuckwad, if you're too stupid to understand basic business to come in and say, hey, I deserve a page rate on top of my percentage, that's on you, bro. Like, figure this shit out. You're a grown adult. Pay attention in high school. Pay attention in college. Ask someone for some fucking advice. I don't know. I feel bad for you, but I don't, because you're a fucking idiot. How about that? I'll go to this guy. I'll let him talk. I don't know. Hey,
coming in hot. No, I love it.
Let's be grown people with this, okay? Like,
ooh,
agree.
I feel the fire. I feel it.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's going on? Come on.
You see, and at the end of the day, Yellow Flash can be like, he made a bad business decision, and it's like, yeah, he did. You're still a fucking asshole, but yes, he made a bad business decision, and so that's how Yellow Flash
exploited him for that.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, I mean, how many times do we give libtard lefties shit because they're like, "Oh, Trump abused the system"? No, Trump did exactly what he was able to do.
Right.
As much as I hate Yellow Flash, and I hate Yellow Flash, he did exactly what he's able to do. Yeah. I mean, if I'm gonna try to make a comic and I've got some fucking moron that's gonna be like, "I'll do it for free" and then take part of the back end. Okay. I'm not gonna say no unless you suck. Then I'll say no. But I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's true. It's the same deal with Scottie Pippen's deal with the Bulls. He made the dumbest decision ever to take a long-term deal, get paid jack shit, and then Jerry Reinsdorf, the owner, was like, "Don't come back in here crying for more money. You made the deal. You're fucking stupid. I'm not paying you more money." And he said, "It's a stupid deal. Don't take it." But Scotty did, and it's like, you were the most underpaid and most valuable player in the NBA at the time, and it's the same thing. It's like, you made a bad deal. You didn't ask anybody what their opinion was. I'm sure Yellow Flash was like, "This book's gonna make a shit ton of money. It's gonna make $1 million plus." And then the Dillard was like, "Oh man, 40% of $1 million. Holy shit, that's a lot of fucking money." Okay, and now you see what happens when you wait too long. You piss off the majority of the fan base, and then Dillard's going to be like, "Fuck, 40% of nothing, shit."
Oh, no.
Now, listen, if Dillard wanted to go commit a hate crime on Yellow Flash because they had, expectations that this would at least do 4 times what it's doing, which, quite frankly, it should be, and it's not because of Yellow Flash being an idiot, then yeah, go get a baseball bat and go to town. Like, sure, why not?
No.
Do we support this? I support that.
We do not condone violence
Okay,
on
well,
the show. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, we have like pussies like this guy up here, but
yeah, maybe on your show,
world.
McDizzy, but
Okay,
here
well,
on, but I do enjoy McDizzy more than Josh, though. Man, he's got some balls on him. He's got
right.
hair on his chest.
They're low hangers.
Yeah, buddy. So I guess we'll talk about that though, because I think both of you guys had mentioned the pre-order goal is $100,000. Now, Kyle, I think you had said something like, "Oh, he was probably thinking he was going to make $1 million, right?" And Josh, even you said like he should probably be making 4 times whatever he's making right now. But taking to try and be as good faith as possible, taking Yellow Flash's words, Yellow Flash is saying $1 million. I don't know where this ever came from. Where did that come? I never said that. But we all know, at least as someone who has backed over 100, maybe even 200 projects from like crowdfunders and stuff like that, the pre-order goal or the backer goal, or whatever you would call that, the funding goal, you always hope to exceed that. So it's an attainable number, right? And tell me if I'm wrong on any of these, but you always try and make an attainable number that you can hit, that at bare minimum you need to print the book.
To make the
anything
book, yeah.
after that is awesome, because then you can start maybe talking about issue 2 or backer goals or like excess things after that. So the fact that he's not there though is concerning, especially because it's 100,000 when a lot of these regular ComicsGate books make 100,000 easy, right? So well, maybe not easy, but over time.
Well, it doesn't cost you $100,000 to make a book, and if it does,
right,
Jesus, God in heaven.
But also, like, we have to look at this from the scope of, it's coming from Rippa, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying like you have to, like, if you can't comp this with any other crowdfunded book. Like, Rippa's got a platform and a voice and an audience that exceeds most of those. I would even say even ComicsGate. And when you look at every other thing that Rippa has done, you would think you're going to have something comparable, maybe a little bit less. You're probably thinking like, oh, I might come in 20 to 30% below that because it's not technically a Rippa book. But the fact that we can't even hit 100,000.
Well,
I would tell Yellow Flash to get an OnlyFans, but I've seen that fucker. That's
no, no one wants to see that. But I think we have to be real with ourselves, even for people who would call us detractors, or even people who would say like, "Oh, Yellow Flash's book is doing great." Like, yeah, maybe it's doing good, or maybe it's doing well, but comparatively to what was most likely expected, this is not what it needs to be at, especially when it's, because the first third of the campaign is where you make a good portion of your money. The first, what is it? First, like 48 hours is the first third of your book.
Pretty much, yeah.
Something like that. But Thor Odinson, who's got a great Twitter handle and, big fan of comics and just, kind of really involved with the ComicsGate scene, he had put this together, and I thought this was brilliant because he basically broke it down by subscriber base, right? And Eric was saying that Dillard is going to make a ton of money because Yellow Flash's subscriber base. Like, Dillard may be taking a risk, but because of the risk and the reward is pretty big considering that Yellow Flash has almost 500,000 subscribers. But Thor had broken this down. He says Yellow Flash has 475,000 subs. Eric has 495,000 subs. Even if we assume 100% overlap, why didn't those people show up? If just 1% of those subs had turned up and bought a book for $35, that would have been over 160K on day one. Meanwhile, EVS only has 136K subs. The difference here is the first audience is largely composed of people who just want to hear retards bitch about pop culture. The second audience is largely composed of people who like to buy and read comics. Now, I agree with the second part. The second audience is largely composed of people who like to buy and read comics. The first audience, if they're Yellow Flash fans, I don't know what they truly like. I don't know if they really like anything. Because I don't know if Yellow Flash likes anything.
I don't know.
He's made his entire career off of pumping out 5 to 10 videos a day of just like crap quality, zero motivation or integrity or creative like outlet, like zero, nothing. So his claim to fame is really just like lackluster videos that have like zero worth to them, or like none of the stuff that he does adds any value to anything within YouTube or comics or pop culture, like anything really, at least from what I can, every video I've ever clicked on. But let's see. I know that you guys have been in the chat here talking, so I want to make sure I get to the super chat because I totally missed it, and I'm so sorry I forgot this. But Salty Traveling C for $5, dude. Thank you so much. Love seeing you here. Always a pleasure, brother. He says, here's money that I will never give to that drunk shithead Flash for a mediocre, illiterate, teacher comic. Happy Friday, gentlemen. Well, cheers and hail to you, Salty. Thank you so much, man. And I appreciate the 5 truly, because you know, Salty, that it's going to a place that that I really genuinely appreciate it. So this is for you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in hell right now. Carry on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. And then I also wanted to. We've got Aaron Sparrow in the chat. Good evening, Aaron. Great to see you, brother. But yeah, man, if there is more that you want to talk about, yeah, if there's something that we're missing, please let us know. Because like I said, I want to try and be as good faith as possible. But I also know that I may be bringing some bias to this because I truly don't think that Yellow Flash is a creative person. And I do think that he took advantage of Dillard's goodwill, but I could be missing something. So let's see. Yeah, he says you guys are all wrong tonight. Yeah, if there's something that I'm missing, brother, let me know. Because, like I said, I don't want to do anything that.
I don't think we're wrong that Yellow Flash is a piece of shit. And
yeah, nope. I think
can't write a book. I think we're pretty right on about that.
Yeah, I think calling him a shit stain and a sorority vagina is pretty accurate. To be honest.
And his
I think
book
that's fair.
about
Used and abused, baby.
$120,000. Yeah.
Look, as far as the Dillard, I mean, you have to understand. Maybe this is a conversation too. I think we can agree that Eric's a retard, right? And then Yellow Flash is a shit stain. But what makes them different? Like, why is one a retard and one just a shit stain? Well, one's going over and assessing comics and saying, like, this doesn't work because of A, B, and C. That would be Eric. The unfortunate thing with Eric is that when he tried to fix said problem, he only continued said problem. Meanwhile, you've got shit-stained Yellow Flash over here that's just going, everything's woke, everything's dumpster fire, and he has no other assessment. So at least when Eric was providing assessments, people thought, oh, there's hope that this guy can do something good. People looked over at Yellow Flash, and they're like, yep, nope, I've never seen anyone downs write a good book. I'm going to keep going.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, I'm just sending a link to Aaron because I know that he wants to hop in and talk about this as well.
The Sparrow.
The Sparrow.
The Sparrow.
So let's go ahead and look at some of these other tweets. What was the other one that I saw? This was from Max Cool, who says, for perspective, Razor Fist has 386K YouTube subs, and his comic campaign did 159K in sales by day 2. Yellow Flash has 475, and his comic has 51 in sales by day 2. I believe that by refusing to crowdfund the book and capitalize on the existing hype at the time, Flash gave up about 2/3 of the possible sales. So this is also something that's interesting. Do you guys think that potentially the reason for the lower sales numbers is because of A, the economy, or A, the economy, or B, the culture? Because I don't really know if people are really into comics right now.
I mean, I don't think you can say that. Like, you still have people backing a lot of books, and people. I mean, you got people even getting back into mainstream comics again because we're seeing some upticks. But I think it's fair to say, like, oh, we've been let down by Rippa stuff. I don't want to do it. Oh, we've been let down by crowdfunding in general. I'm going to become more hesitant. And yeah, I'm sure the economy's playing some part in it. But that also didn't stop. What was this last book that Rippa just did that he launched?
Oh, no.
Zion? Zaylin?
Yeah.
Zaylin.
LS Airs? What's it called?
No. It was. Oh yeah, no. I guess it was Zaylin, right?
I don't
or
know.
Yaira 3.
I mean, he puts out a new book every week. I have no.
All right, number 3. We had the Horseman number 1.
Oh yeah, it was Horseman
number 2, number 1. Yeah.
Number
1. But
that's right.
None of them faltered to this. Look, and if we're being serious, Zaylon looks like fucking shit. Like,
it looks awful. Yeah.
If you're like, hey, you're forced to, take one Golden Patriot or Zaylon, I'm taking Golden Patriot. Like, at least it looks better.
Sure. Yeah.
But that's probably part of the problem too. Like, how much have we actually heard about this book? Nothing. All we hear about is the freaking drama. Because that's all this kid. He's an agent of chaos. That's all he is. That's all he cares about.
That is a very good point. That
he's
didn't
trying
really hear
so hard to be McDizzy, but he just can't. Like,
yeah, but he does it. He does the McDizzy bit, but he's not as good as McDizzy. So, I was gonna say, yeah, no, that is a good point. Because when this came out, everyone who saw it was like, "What? Who is this? What is this? What's a Golden Patriot? Is it a Power Ranger? Is it a Mighty Morphin? Like
rip off? What is this?
Yeah,
IP infringement. What is this? What do you copyright? What? Huh?
I have no idea what's happening. But instead of like talking more about like, oh well, this is my character, this is his motivation, this is who he is, this is who he fights. It's like, oh, it's in World War II and he fights Nazis, and I'm like, are we done with the Nazi bit, man? I'm so sick of like, everyone just fighting Nazis, and I don't know. It just.
I mean, at least this is like legitimate Nazis, but yes, we've seen like it's been so overdone at this point that find something else.
That's a good point, Salty. Thank you. Yeah. So let's see. The other one that I wanted to. Oh, this is okay. So this is where it really gets weird. So if you guys notice on the campaign, there's like a little red asterisk at the $sign amount. So Eric July puts out this tweet that says, "Oh, I love geeking out about this kind of stuff, and Edwin does a great job putting everything into context. It is critical to understand that numbers have to be looked at in the right frame, blah blah." So they start geeking out or nerding out over numbers or whatever you want to say. So I guess this guy Edwin had created a spreadsheet of like 4-day total, including shipping, including I'm like, oh my god, dude, are we really getting into the semantics of this? Like, doesn't every campaign just have shipping though?
Right.
Like, I would have thought that every campaign would have already included shipping. No, I don't know.
I would think.
Really
trying to play with these numbers here.
Yeah, I am not an accounting guy. I'm not a numbers dude. But Salty says this spreadsheet is gold, R-tarded gold. Well, yeah, because Salty, I know that you've probably worked in a more professional like business space. So seeing this probably just makes you want to go like, what the hell is happening here? But you can see that Mighty Golden Patriot on the 4-day total lands without, like, if you include ship or without shipping, lands probably right between She and Fearsome. So like right between 6 and 7.
Yep.
But like with shipping, it's number 1.
Yeah, that's like what?
So I'm kind of like, okay, but why wasn't shipping included? And then even if the shipping is included, is that part of the profits? But I don't know. Maybe Alberto Magnifico can answer some of the accounting questions that we may have here. But
I can.
Oh, cool. Okay, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Thank you for swinging by.
Yeah, no, dude. I big fan. Watch the show all the time.
Yeah. Hey, caller, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
A long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah.
So the reason that that shipping is not included on the Yellow Flash thing, and I don't have any inside knowledge, but I'm gonna take a stab at it here, is because the $100,000 goal is so that there is enough profit on the book. Like, it's just we need to get to this goal so that Dillard has enough profit, walks away with enough money to make this worth his while, and so that Flash walks away with enough money to worth his while, which should be, in my opinion, much lower. I don't know what their split is. I don't know what their deal is, but Flash's should be much lower. For example, on the Yellow 4 Doomface, the only money that's come out of the campaign that's gone to me is reimbursing me for the initial money that I put in before we even did the crowdfund. That's so it's like I'm at a wash. I'm at a zero. No loss, but no profit. And by the time I'm done, with this first campaign, there will be no profit. And that's fine. That's fine because it's my book. I own it. I am going to be, selling it in the future. I'm going to keep it going. It is more important for me to give the money to Renzo and to Oscar and to everybody else who is working on the actual physical production of the book. It's like I can write scripts all day long. It doesn't take me that long. It's, mine is a long-term position. So if this is in any way equitably fair, then Dillard should have a larger percentage than Yellow Flash of the actual profit. But I think that the reason that they're not showing that is because it's like the goal is to get to 100,000 that then they can split in whatever way they've decided to split it. So the shipping is considered outside of that because that's money that has to be spent on shipping.
Okay. Because and I think with
that's considered Eric's cut. Is that what we're assuming? That's the RippaSend cut.
Yeah, I think that's the RippaSend cut. Okay. So it's like, okay, so neither Dillard nor Yellow Flash are going to take anything out of that. And then so the $100,000 goal is whatever it costs to physically print the book in all the copies of the book, which, as you were saying, Kyle, is not $100,000 by any means. Mm-hmm. Maybe depending on the numbers they end up with, let's just figure a nice round 10,000 at most. So then they would split $90,000.
That's fair.
And so with this, I mean, this is almost 20,000 more than the 4-day total or whatever. So even if we went back to the campaign, it's at 66.5 right now.
Yeah, and I think roughly. The total was calculated at like 80, somewhere like around 84 right now. So they're getting close. They're getting close in the total number, but not the, they're still 35 away from, or 35,000 away from.
Yeah, that's what it looks
like.
Which
they're gonna make it. The question is how much more are they gonna make? But here's what I think is the problem or here's the thing that I think that you guys, you may have touched on it. I may have missed it. Number one, Yellow Flash's audience is not a comic audience. He started out with a very small comic audience when he was doing reviews like Richard, and then he was stabbing them with knives and destroying them in interesting ways. That was a very small audience. It wasn't till he started doing the pop culture stuff that he really gained all of these new audience members. Now you figure he has 400,000 subs. How many people on average in a week watch each video or watch any of the videos? Like, what's his top number? So you're only hitting, lots of people sub, but not everybody watches. We all know that. Anybody who's got a channel or has done this knows that. So so you got to shrink it down to the percentage of people that actually watch his videos. And then you got to take out everybody that's just there for pop culture or culture war stuff. And all you're left with is then people that are interested in comics. And then you have to shrink that number down to the people that are interested in his comic. So it becomes a much smaller percentage. And anybody who's done web comics, like Neon will tell you, the people that show up for free for your content don't necessarily turn around and spend money when you offer them something that they can actually support you with spending money with. So you're going to get an even smaller percentage. As far as Rippa's audience, I don't even think you can factor them in at all. because although they are a comic buying audience, they're a Rippaverse comic buying audience. And what does Rippa have out right now? I have like 3-4 books that are going right now.
Yeah,
probably. You know, so like Great War of Separation, Yaira 3, I think. What else? What am I missing?
Zaylin.
Oh yeah, Zaylin and Horseman. So there's 4 right
Horseman,
there. Off the top of our heads. So his audience, primarily being for the Rippaverse, is already locked in with whatever they can spend, probably, unless you got some whales out there. And what percentage of Eric's audience are whales that can just keep buying, you know, $30, $40, $50 campaigns, you know, however, or even like $17, I think is the cheapest on here. So they're not going to, so it's not going to be, it's not going to be a huge audience. Now, people may circle back around once, you know, if Rippaverse slows down a little bit and they've got some extra spending cash, they may circle back around to support Yellow Flash. But just because it's RippaSend doesn't automatically mean you're getting Eric Chalai's audience.
And I see, because I thought that there may be crossover there just due to the RippaSend moniker, that there's some brand recognition, right? Like if you know, the brand goes off and does something different from its original intent, like if a cereal starts making oatmeal as well, then people are going to go, oh, I love that cereal brand, I'm going to go buy the oatmeal too. But I guess with RippaSend, this kind of may be a proof of concept to say, like, no, they're not following over into this other thing. But to your point, though, Aaron, with those 4 books, I think it's really tough to, especially at like, because I think Rippa's books are 35, but with Yellow Flash it's 17. So even still, you know, that's no that's not, you know, it's not something to scoff at. You know, that's not the most cheap book ever. But so
and I know say like I'm like in the thing going, you guys are all wrong. I'm just being hyperbolic so that you'd be like, well, get in here then and you know, make your point. You know, But I was just like, when you really think about like all the things that are working against Flash hitting that number in you know, a quick succession, those all kind of have to be factored in.
No, it's a really good point. I just it is pretty surprising to me though, because I know that they probably had a number in their heads, and I don't think this was ever talked about or ever considered that this would be what they were looking at on the second week, or, you know, at the end of the first week, or however long this has been open now. I figure
I think
like
they went
for
in,
them,
I think they went in thinking it would be 48 hours and they'd hit that, you know. But that's just pure speculation on my part, because generally when you set up a campaign, you want to hit your goal in 24 to 48 hours, because number one, it makes you look good. We're funded, you know, and then the people that are kind of like hold off, wait and see, you know, then they're more likely to come jump in, because they're like, okay, well, you know, they hit their goal, so they're going to make the book. Dynamite lies all the time. Dynamite's Kickstarters, they put up, we need to make 100,000 on this Darkwing Duck book, or 100,000 on that. No, they need to make 500,000. They put the 100,000 there. They need to put if they don't hit a certain number internally that's far above their goal, they won't make the book. Wow. They can't make the book. You know, the hardcover, all this edition and blah blah blah, and here's all the gargoyles. It wasn't until Greg Weisman actually got his Twitter account back from being hacked and started promoting the Gargoyles book that it jumped up to 1 million. You know, and and 500,000 of that was just him tweeting about it to his audience. Otherwise, Dynamite was, you know, wasn't really getting there, and the book might not even have got made if they hadn't got there, because they don't tell you the truth about what they need to do. You know, with Kneel Before Doomface, we said we need $8,000 to make the base level of the book, and that was what we needed. Yeah. And then anything beyond that, then hey, we could expand it. We could do more pages. We can offer stickers. We can, you know, we can do that stuff. But yeah, so a lot of these times, you know, at least this is probably like a realistic goal. The book is made, you know, even if it didn't hit $100,000, they'll probably go to print on it, because, you know, it's just everybody will get less profit, and Dillard won't make what he thought he was going to make, if he's even making it now.
Right. Like most people, when they crowdfund, it's, I'm going to recoup what it costs to make the book. That's just simple thing. That's what it is. That's just, let's recoup the money we made, because we pay our artists and everything, and that's what we have to recoup. It's not, we'll give you a back end deal on this, I'm not going to pay you anything right now. It's just like, okay.
Well, you don't get what you're worth in any of these businesses. You get what you negotiate. So if if Dillard was like, yeah, I think with the audience, I think we're going to hit like 500,000. I think we're going to hit 1 million. I mean, I don't know why you would think you were going to hit 1 million, even with that sub count. You have to look at what the demographics of your audience are and what they're there for. But, you know, certainly maybe they thought they were going to hit 500,000.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think this, it might kind of prove, and maybe you guys think differently, but I think to me, this kind of proves that this whole like YouTuber comic book, like, oh, because I'm a YouTuber, I have the right to make a comic book, or I know how to make a comic book. It's like completely false. Like that is just not how, like, creators and creatives know how to create a comic book, and YouTube personalities are not the same thing. And so I think there's been this really big misconception that if you're a YouTube personality, you can do a comic too. But it's like, no, you need the passion and the skill and the talent and the craft and the knowledge of the business knowledge and the people to know. And like, there's so much more than just, I have a big audience, so I'm going to make a comic. And it's just, to me, it's been overhyped so much that I think this is really what it comes down to. And Aaron, you had alluded to it earlier, is like Flash's audience is not a comic audience. And so his idea of maybe like, I have a big audience, so I can just make one and I'll make money is a falsehood, because it's just the industry and the culture and the environment and the economy right now do not support that theory or that logic at all. So I think it's interesting. But
what did Tug do? The umbrella guy, what did he do on his books that were like the littlest umbrella or whatever? Like I remember years ago he was hawking those. Does anybody remember like roughly what those came in at?
Was he?
Because this is a guy. This is a guy never made a comic book. You know,
right?
I don't even know.
6 figures. I don't even know if he was getting 6 figures.
I didn't even know he came out with a comic book.
Yeah, it was before he became like it was before he became like a Johnny Depp divorce channel. And he there, but,
that's right.
He made at least 3, I think, or 4, 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, he did a couple of books, but that was also early on too, when everybody was hardcore. I'm going to support anybody that says things that I like against the mainstream. You know, that was kind of that. And you know, and honestly, let's be real here. You've got comic book professionals. You know, I see people out there going like, oh, you know, maybe if Yellow Flash would have humbled himself and kissed the ring of the, you know, the comic gods, you know, that exist in this space, he would have done better. And it's like, okay, number one, you guys need editors as bad as any YouTuber who's never done a comic before needs one. You know, your books. How did you survive in a professional space and yet you can't get a book out for years? Years. You know, and you're taking money from people, and you know, it's like, I know the quality arguments, and you know, my books are quality, and et cetera, et cetera. You can have quality and still put out a timely book. It doesn't have to be monthly. You know, you could put out 2 books a year. Why can't you put out 2 books a year?
Yeah,
right.
No,
that's where an editor comes in and says, "I need your fucking shit." Like artists, creative people, they need that person cracking the whip, saying, "Get your fucking shit in here. You have a deadline. Hit it."
Because otherwise we'll write the story in our head for 6 months.
Absolutely.
You know? We'll tinker with it and move parts around, stuff like that. But you actually have to sit down and put it on the damn page. And then once it's on the page, you have to make sure that it's being drawn, and you have to make sure, you know, whether that's you or you're hiring somebody out, you know, you've got to keep a schedule.
Yep.
And I think a lot of artists, to our benefit, but maybe their detriment, or vice versa, I don't know, they will get lost in their art. You know what I mean? Like as they're crafting and as they're painting and as they're if they don't have a timeline, they're just going to get lost in it, and they're just going to keep working on this single panel, and they're going to keep doing this thing. There's a story, or a short story called Leaf by Niggle. And I am saying Niggle.
Oh,
yeah, I know, right? And it's by
that's upsetting.
It's actually by J.R.R. Tolkien. And basically the story is this artist who has this huge canvas that takes up his whole living room, and he starts painting this one leaf, and he's like, I'm going to paint the leaf, and then there's going to be a tree, and in the background there's going to be snowy mountains, and in the foreground there's going to be a whole garden. And the main character Niggle dies, And the only thing that is left on the canvas is that one leaf that he finished, but it's perfect. Like there, you
Yeah,
can see
damn, does it
everything.
look good? You know, every vein
Exactly,
is in there.
yeah.
You know,
It better be.
Yeah,
Look,
and so I think a lot of
even
yeah.
God had a schedule. Even God said, "I'm going to do this in 6 days,
on the seventh
and then
day,
on the
yeah.
seventh day, I'm going to rest."
Yeah.
But no, and I think that is I don't think that even if Yellow Flash did quote unquote humble himself and kiss the ring of EVS, I don't think this would have changed anything, because ultimately Yellow Flash had really done so much damage earlier on in like 2022, 2023, that I don't think that anything he would have done or any apology or any other thing like that, it just would have been nonsense. It wouldn't have made any difference, and there's no use for him to do it. Instead, he should have just been, because even on the campaign that he was doing for the book, instead of being like, all right, guys, we just hit 50,000. Thank you guys so much. So check this out. Golden Patriot is going to be this thing or that thing. You know what he did? He was watching a video of Ethan Van Sciver as when Ethan was drunk, and he's like ragging on Ethan. It would, like, Aaron, it would be like if on your launch stream for Kneel Before Doomface, you pulled up a video of me doing like a stupid dance while I was drunk and being like, see how, look at this idiot, you know, he's never going to buy my book or something. And everyone would be like,
I like,
what? Oh, well, I mean, yeah.
I like you, man. Why would I do a video that was like ragging on you?
That's true. Never mind. Maybe that's a bad analogy.
Somebody I don't
but-
like. Yeah, I'd have to.
Sure,
Like if
yeah.
I was just like, yeah, we're launching Doomface tonight, but hey, check out this retard over here on you know, let's check out
On
some
Blue
Rock and Robbie
Sky or
videos.
some- yeah,
You know, like,
some Rock and Robbie. And it would, and all your fans would be like, "Hey, man, what about Doomface, though?" You know. So
yeah, what's the book about? What's the thing you're trying to get us to buy? Like, you know, the funny thing is, like, I don't know. I don't keep up on the drama. Like, I don't know who hates who, and I don't care, because it's like, don't expect me to sign your manifesto or sign up to hate the people that you hate. You know, like I'm not doing it. I don't want to be involved in your drama. But yeah, it's just like what I mean. Maybe, I mean, Ethan does have a larger comic buying audience, but you know, the numbers, I mean, they didn't show up for Fearsome. Now, granted, they've got till probably 2028 to jump in on that book, and there'll probably be a couple more. And I mean, I'm not saying that to be an asshole. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter. Like, you know, because don't you have to? Oh, that someone else is drawing that, right?
David Williams is, yeah.
Okay, so maybe it'll be out earlier because it's not all on Ethan's plate.
Right.
But
I mean, historically, if we look at, you know, the content of what's been put out, yeah, it'll take a while. So
yeah.
Well, I think we can, you know, kind of wrap up the segment, but I did want to at least cover it because I know there's been a huge, you know, drama, or there's been a lot of drama here. The big thing that I did want to mention, though, because I'd seen this before, but I didn't actually think it was real until I came to the site and I was like, oh my God, this is real. They do in fact have a pay your artist t-shirt. And the reason why this was even ever created was because EVS's audience was saying, hey, if you really wanted to, you know, pay Dillard, or if you really wanted to do something great for Dillard, you're going to pay your artist. And I think Sully, you know, Eric O'Sullivan, who's on the aficionados with us on Saturdays every now and then, and great dude. He had actually kind of said something on Twitter about this where, and we talked about it a little bit before, where yes, Dillard made the deal with Yellow Flash. Regardless of whether or not we like that deal, he did make it. Mm-hmm. Now, hopefully in the future, Yellow Flash or Dillard know to negotiate something where you're getting a page rate and then can do something after that. But the big reason why this pay your artist shirt bugs me, yes, it bugs me that Dillard wasn't being paid a page rate, but it bugs me because Yellow Flash and Rippa are doing the same exact dunk on the chuds or rip on the haters or like monetize your haters or whatever that nonsense was, that so much of the SJW comic book mainstream was doing for such a long time to us, that they would like make fun of us and, you know, like have all these like different terminologies or the racists and bigots and things like that. But now these guys are making an actual shirt that not only makes them look bad, makes the fans look bad, it makes Dillard look bad. And this is just my opinion. I think this shirt is abysmal. I think it's asinine that it's even on the campaign, or that they even thought that this would be something that's funny or that somehow dunks on the chuds, when it's like, no, like, why are we laughing about this? Like, this is, pay your artist is a pretty standard thing that's like, yes, you should pay your artists, right? But
yeah, that's something that now if it was like Marvel pay your artists, or Dynamite pay your artists, some company in the mainstream that we know is like, cutting rates. Like, at one point I would have worn one that said, hey, Boom Studios, pay your artists, when they were giving people $75 a page for pencils, inks, and colors. People, but like, yeah, it's getting into this whole like sniping back and forth thing. And it's like, if you want to lower the temperature, if you really want to be the ones who are like, hey, you know what, we put out our books and they speak for themselves, I don't think that you need to be doing this. I think you need to stay out of this. And honestly, I will say this for Eric, he does a pretty good job of not rising to all the bait that EVS throws out there. Because EVS is just constantly like, he wakes up in the morning and it seems he's like, July, and it's like, what are you doing? And Eric.
Oh no, I would say the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
I would say the exact opposite. I would say EVS knows exactly what he's doing. He's made a brand of doing this, and that's why he does it. And Eric's the one that can't shut the fuck up.
Is that better though? And
I'm not saying it's better.
Don't come at me with your Bret Hart glasses.
Hey, McDizzy's coming in hot tonight. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've held my mouth shut for like 5 minutes now. That never happens. No, I'm saying EVS is actually making a profit and doing a show, whereas Eric's just going on there. Like, if you go look at Eric's Twitter feed, it's nothing but him complaining. Like, he feeds into it more than EVS. Yeah. Like EVS is doing it to do a show. Eric is responding to respond. Like,
okay, but I don't respect doing it for doing a show, because all you're trying to do is you're trying to build,
either.
You're building super chats out of people who are just lonely and want a pat on the back.
But the difference is you got Eric over here talking out of his ass about business and being a business person and understanding, and he would just learn to shut the fuck up like an actual business person. EVS wouldn't have videos to make.
Yeah,
that's fair. That is actually really fair to say that. You starve them of content.
And I think that's the biggest thing that we've even when we cover it, like on the show, like last week, I think we covered, or no, 2 weeks ago, we'd cover something, but a lot of it is just in response to where EVS will say like, well, Eric isn't a good creator. And then Eric will come out with a tweet that's like, here's why I'm a good creator, and here are the tools that I like to use. Microsoft Word. Don't you want to use Microsoft Word? And then everyone's like, what? And then EVS is like, yes. Oh my God, this is amazing. I'm going to dunk on Eric because he uses Microsoft Word and thinks that that's like a creative decision or something. So they feed each other and they both go back and forth. But it definitely, I think it gets to Eric in a way that like he wants to be seen as I am the new comic creator. I'm the one who's going to take over this like new industry or whatever. This, I think he calls it the parallel economy. But
is he not doing that? He's making plenty of money. His books are doing well.
For sure.
He's why is and this is like kind of the issue that I've always had with everybody that gets involved in this stuff is, you had a time where, I won't say who, but there were some others that were, like going after Ethan and doing like gay ops and things like that. And it's just like all this back and forth. And it's like, your stuff is super successful. Why can't you just let success be the best revenge? Yeah. Why can't you just be happy with what you have? Why does it, and even if this person's attacking you, I get shit all the time from different people on Wes's channel, on, in the comments and things like that. It doesn't affect me because number one, I'm not thin skinned. And number two, what do you care what people who you don't have any respect for think about you? Like if I don't respect your opinion, if I don't even know who you are, I don't care what you think about me. I don't care what you have to say about me. You don't know me. So you can just make up a bunch of vague generalities or make up stories or clip things I've said and try to make fun of it. But it's like, I don't respect you. So I mean, it's like, hey, I've been attacked by Mark Waid. I don't care. I don't care because Mark Waid, his opinion means less than nothing to me. So he can have whatever opinion he wants.
And I think that's a really good way to look at it, Aaron, because I think as a creator, you're more invested and passionate about your art. And if you were to get involved in the drama and in the craziness, it would take you away from the thing that you're passionate about and the time that you would need to spend making your book, and doing other work and editing and doing all this other stuff. And so you almost kind of by necessity have to just be like, yeah, that I can't care about this person because I don't even have the time or the bandwidth or any of that to really like go through with this. But yeah, and plus, like I said, you're just passionate more about your work than you are the drama. But yeah, it's a funny thing because I think if Eric had never responded to Dick Masterson, which was I think the beginning of a lot of this stuff, I think none of this would have maybe there would have been some things here and there, but it was really it was when people started saying Eric can't take criticism, and it started with that Dick Masterson thing. Yeah.
He still can't.
Yeah.
Even when he comes on and says like, I'm not going to get on the internet anymore. What does he do? He like doubles down and he does twice as much on the internet. Like you had the guy that did the like, hey, like I'm gonna fix this image for you. And he was like, oh well, this isn't for a comic book. It's like right. Bro, shut the fuck up. Like just stop talking. You're literally ruining your business at this point. Stop talking.
And the brand image,
talking. Yeah, just be the meme from Mad Men. You know, if someone says something to you and you just say, I don't think about you at all.
Yeah, and here's part of the difference. Here's also part of the difference between Ethan and Eric. Ethan goes, oh, the shit that they're doing at the big two isn't working. It sucks. And then Ethan puts something out. It might take him fucking forever. It might be 20 years. But he puts something out, and it's actually halfway decent. Eric says this, puts something out, and it's just it's dog shit levels of White Widow. Like, what are we doing? You can't come out here and spend years talking shit about a company and how you're going to do something better, then come back out and release something that's like equally as bad, and then act like it isn't. And then when people give you like good faith, honest, constructive criticisms, shit on them and just call them detractors. Some of these people have actually come forward to say like, hey, I'm willing to help you make this better. Here's some notes. And he's like, oh yeah, no, this detractor's over here trying to fix my stuff. Yeah, because it sucks, dude. Like unanimously. The only people that don't say it sucks are the people that are like smoking your dick. So like chill the fuck out. Listen to what people have to say.
That's the case with everything. Like, you criticize a Marvel movie, and the next thing you know, you got a bunch of people in the thing that are just slavishly devoted to Marvel movie. Yeah, they like it. And they feel like it's an attack on their identity, because that's what they're invested in. And
the difference is when people come to Big Dick Productions to talk to McDizzy with their advice, if I feel like they're smart, I listen to them. Even if I don't feel like they're smart, I'm like, I'll take it with a grain of salt. This asshat's not doing that.
Well,
I think
it's really
constructive criticism is important. I think that you need to be able to absorb it, especially if you are breaking into a field that you've never done before. You've never, and even if you've been in comics for a long time, but you're not a writer, and then you sit down and you make your comic, and then you go in and you start deciding what words are going to be in the balloons, on the pages that you drew, or if you started with an actual script and then drew it to that, that was all broken down. However you did it, you still need to run it past some people who aren't your friends, who actually, or who are your friends who will actually tell you, no, dude, this sucks. I don't like this line. This joke doesn't work. This gag, this page doesn't work. This panel layout, I don't know what's going on. You have to have people who are going to be honest with you and are willing to be harsh with you, but harsh to make you better. It's like nobody. Like I've had so Nate Watson, one of my artists, and I know Oscar, my colorist on Kneel Before Doomface, both of them have pointed out that at one time they have sent me something and I have given them the visceral reaction of, I hate this. I hate this so much.
Oh my God.
And then I explain why, but it's just like they get my most honest reaction to it. And then I'll tell them about what doesn't work for me. And then, we'll work it out. And both of them have told me, they're like, I appreciate that. I appreciate that you didn't beat around the bush and try and like spare my feelings. You were like, you wanted me to produce something better. And I can be convinced. Like, there's one thing that I told Oscar I didn't like, and then later I came back and I was like, "Do you still have that?" And he was like, "Oh no, I think I deleted it because you hated it." And I was like, "It grew on me." So I'll come back and admit, like, I was wrong. Like, later, the more I thought about it, I thought the choices worked. But like initially, because it wasn't what I expected when I saw it, I was like, "Oh no."
Well, it's really
I want a double
about...
splash page on an on and even an odd page. I want to flip over.
I want them,
you know what? I really
want
like
them
that.
unopposing.
Yeah.
We're
I think that was?
trying something. We're trying something. It's a page turning experience.
Creative decision.
Right.
I will say what I think that was is I think that was
retardation.
Eric does not have time to look at every single book, so he has people that he has hired as editors that he expects to take care of that sort of thing. I think one of his editors missed it. And then I think because he didn't want the mobs going at, and he already has the mobs coming at him anyway, I think he threw himself on the grenade and was like, "This was a creative choice on my part." Even though that makes
throwing himself on the no Aaron Sparrow, no Alberto Magnifico. That is not throwing himself on the fucking grenade. That is him trying to, I don't know, get some fucking, what was that dude in Africa that did the Kool-Aid that killed everyone? He's trying to do that shit.
Coney 2012 or 2020?
Yeah, okay, whatever. If he were throwing himself on the grenade, he'd be like, "Listen, I don't have time to look at every book. I hired people to do this. We are learning."
No, because then people are going to be like, "We're going to fire. You should fire that editor because everybody knows that that's like the most basic thing." Then
fine. Then if he's going to throw himself on the grade, he should just be like, "Hey, look, we're still learning. We have some things. We made a mistake here. Leave it at that."
No, that's fair. I think that's a much simpler.
Can you say still learning though after like
learning
5 or 6 books?
Yeah, you're always learning.
You absolutely can because you get busy. Something's like, look, I mean, hey, Merck published a whole bunch of books, and as soon as Murphy and I were gone, they misprinted the Death Rage trade, so the double page splash was on opposite pages because they decided to insert a page in the trade and didn't take into account the
See, I think that's what happened to Eric. I think a page was inserted or something and the page count got completely.
That's probably even, but again, that's something that your editor before it goes to print should check, because anytime when you're doing your final pass before you go to print, and this is something that experienced editors know and that less experienced editors will miss, or even an experienced editor will miss if they're not fully paying attention or they've got too much on their plate and they're just like, yeah, it looks good. Because they assume everything's going to go to plan, which you can never do. And we've all had that happen in editorial, where you assume something has gone to plan. You don't double check the spelling of an artist's name because you assume that the people that gave it to the letterer knew what it was. So you didn't personally double check it, and then it ends up being wrong. These things happen. In one of the Incredibles books that I did back at Boom, Erica was overtired. She was overworked. She did the credits page herself. I was brand new and I didn't think to ask can I see the credits page? I had already approved the actual proof, but without the credits page. And I didn't think to go back and ask, can I see the credits page? So it got inserted and it was wrong, and that wasn't her fault. Ultimately, I didn't know what I didn't know, but still the buck stops with me. I'm the editor. I should have caught it. So,
She's
so these things do.
Woman,
let me tell you something. You better be careful, because she will show up at a show and she will punch you, and she has these bony knuckles that punch through the muscle and sinew of your arm.
Oh, no.
And she will punch your soul out of your body.
McDizzy doesn't do shows. McDizzy fucking hates people. Like he's.
Because McDizzy would get choke slammed through a table at a show.
I mean, as long as you're not trying to shave my shoulders, I'm down. Okay, come on.
All right.
So, but again, that's why you have several different levels of approval that should be signing off on things before they go to print. You have no idea how many before we approve the final print file for Kneel Before Doomface. You have no idea how many times I'm going to look at that and how many different ways.
Oh my gosh! Of course,
because you can't, especially but hey, when you're only working on one book of your own at a time, it's you've got the time to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Well, thank you again for your perspective and your insights on this, Aaron, because as someone who has and is still creating their own book, I think it's super important to have that that perspective on this kind of stuff. And I think Josh, Josh isn't
Who
here,
the
but
fuck is
McDizzy,
that? Yeah,
you got to
okay.
relay this shit to him.
Don't confuse me with that faggot. He'll be back in a second, okay? Like, carry on.
Listen. Josh has more. He's much more articulate than you.
Oh.
So if you can even
Okay.
tell him this, if you can even be able to express this to him, at one point Josh had said on an earlier stream that it's about perception and perspective, and those are two different
That
things.
sounds like some gay bullshit he would say. Like,
Can you pronounce both of those, McDizzy? Are those going to be okay for you to tell Josh when he gets back?
If the word begins with a P, it's just penis, okay? Like,
Yeah.
I kicked ass with Hooked on Phonics. That's all you need to know. Don't ask what I'm reading. As long as it's got pretty pictures, I'm fucking based, okay? There we go.
Why do I feel like McDizzy is going to die in a drunken Sea-Doo accident at Lake House?
Listen, the moment I leave this shit show, I'm bathing in some whiskey, okay? Like, that's...
Love it.
What was that influencer that you talked about, Max? That he like brushes his teeth with like some kind, or he bathes in some kind of water, or he
Yeah. Why do I
or like
wanna
he
say
only
Pellegrino?
like moisturizes his face with like genuine Ugandan ball sweat or whatever it was.
Oh, the Saratoga spring water.
The Saratoga, and you got to put lemons in there and like all kinds of fruits but yeah, no, you got to journal at like 3:52 in the morning, but then at 3:53 you're done journaling, and it's just that first page, and then he walks outside around 4, and then he dips his face in water again around 4:05. And then he makes a $10,000 million deal on some scam that he's selling. Yeah.
You know what? That 4:22 a.m. text to Josh makes way more sense now.
Well, I'm trying to be like the influencer guy.
Yeah, clearly.
Oh,
Yeah. How's that working out for you?
I've got one page of my journal already written in, and it just says, I woke up. That's it. That's all I've got in there.
I bet your girlfriend's a fucking lady boy as well, Hey.
Unfortunately, I don't have a girlfriend, but because I am in California, the odds are against me, but for your opinion.
Yeah, exactly right. Sometimes in California, if you're not careful, some women turn out to be guys, and then sometimes in California, even if you are very careful, some women turn out to be guys.
Yes, yeah, it's very true. Well, I tell you what, guys. So we do have comics that we did read this week, but I know that it's getting late. So do we want to switch over to comics, or do we want to start wrapping up the stream and come back and do maybe an all comic stream next week? Because I do want to be respectful of everyone's time, but I do know there were some good books that came out. At least some good ones that I enjoyed.
Mm-hmm. I only bought Kitty Pryde and Wolverine #1, which the story I liked well enough because I like that era. It's Chris Claremont, but the art I did not. I mean, the art was fine except for Kitty Pryde in every single panel.
Oh man, it was rough.
Yeah, it was really bad. She does not look like Kitty. She doesn't even look like a woman most of the time.
No, it's like a little boy.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like what you got Chris Claremont. You're doing Alan Davis covers. You can't give him you've got Netho Diaz drawing for which writer, either Gail Simone or the other guy. Give Netho Diaz to Chris Claremont so that he can write so that he can actually say that he drew some real X-Men comics in his time because they were written by Chris Claremont instead of these terrible ones, these terrible writers that you put him with for your stupid Back from the Ashes nonsense.
This was, this was the first page, and I immediately went, "Oh!" I saw the arm, and I went, "Oh no!"
That's how I feel reading this book.
Yeah. Oh yeah, just your face against the ground. Oh,
hey, Timothy Chalamet makes a great Kitty Pryde. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, Timothy Chalamet is better looking than this. Come
yeah,
on.
he is. Yeah, he's prettier than that.
More feminine, that's for sure.
Yeah. But I agree with everyone's sentiments. I was really looking forward to this, but even the story, and I think the story's fine. But my biggest question was just why does this need to exist? We already had the 6-issue mini that was great, So like, why are we still trying to expand upon that when we don't need it? But they're just trying to bring back stuff that I guess they think might sell. But the art in here is really rough, and at multiple times you're not really sure who is who, or that this is even a woman. This doesn't look.
I was when you got to the first page that Yukio is on, I was like, why is Selena Kyle in this book?
Yes, yeah, no,
I was
100%.
like, oh, that's supposed to be Yukio.
Yeah, this one. I was like, oh, hello, Selena.
Yeah, that is very much like the Darwin Cook era Catwoman suit, just without the mask and the goggles. Yeah, the art was rough here.
I mean, look at that kitty face where she's like, "I'll boo boo."
I know the face. I was like, you get hit by so. Yeah, that.
Look at that.
She's sticking her tongue out. She's like, in your dreams.
Here's the other problem. She doesn't look young.
No, a lot of lines on that face.
Yeah,
she looks like she's been ran through. Let's be honest.
No.
She looks like she's 40 years old.
Yeah.
And not a like a hard 40. Like she's seen some shit.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, I'm glad that you got a chance to read this, because like I said, anything with Chris Claremont's name, I know is going to have a mark of quality, but you can't pair him up with someone like this that's going to kind of have this rough art.
Well, they have to. His page rate's going to be so expensive. They've got to get the cheapest artist they can
But
find.
aren't they just paying him to sit home? Like he's already just drawing a salary. So isn't it just like so many books a year for that salary? Like, so it's just whether he does a book or he doesn't do a book, I think it's the same.
Right. Well, they gave the artist the back end deal. We'll give you 20% of the sales. Of the...
Oh no.
That's right.
Look at that costume.
That or something.
Look at that costume.
Wait,
She's excited about that costume. Yeah. That's awesome.
Wait. Yeah, look at that bad boy.
You can't just give her a costume in between continuity that like she never wore any other time. Like, I understand what they're doing. Oh my god, that face. Look at that. Ultimate Peter Parker is really excited to be in this Kitty Pryde Wolverine book.
That is like a tranny man. That's a tranny man.
Oh, speaking of continuity, Aaron, did you know that they changed Juggernaut's origin story?
No. The real Juggernaut, Kane Marco? I mean, I know now there's a gay Asian Juggernaut, because of course there is.
Well, but they've got the Juggernaut before Kane Marco now. That was the gay Asian's great grandfather or grandfather. Yeah, something like that.
And he was the good one.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's a change, but not a change, because like even Kane stumbled across the crystal or the helmet or whatever. Right. I can't even remember now. So there's the assumption that it's been there before and someone has had it before. But why we're doing doing this?
So who wrote this? Emily Kim.
Emily Kim.
Who is Emily Kim?
Nobody knows.
For Kid Juggernaut, an Asian woman.
It's rough. It is rough.
Oh man.
Let me see the credits again. I want to see everybody who is involved with this.
So you can
there
have
we go. CB Cebulski, of course, our good friend Tom Brevoort. I don't care. Oh look, Sarah. This is one of Sarah Brunstad's before she left. So of course, I'm going to guess that if we looked up Emily Kim, I'm going to guess that she's a lesbian or trans.
Wow. Whoa, you assume?
I mean, if they were hired by Sarah Brunstad, that's the only qualification you need.
Yes.
Let's check them out. Hold on.
By the way, we've got Latino Slant in here. What's happening, Paulie? Great to see you, brother. Hopefully you're doing all right. He says,
Speaking of Asian Juggernaut.
Yeah.
I prefer Gasian.
Yes, of course. Put those two together. A little Gasian action.
Well, I saw from Melanie Mack that if you liked the Marvel Rivals Emma Frost design, that makes you gay. Like
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gay for women.
I guess so. Well, I mean, there was a really funny Instagram reel or something that was like, yeah, if you like women can't, like, women were born because some guy had sex with a girl, And so you're technically gay because of that guy. so you're gay. And I was like, yeah, I guess I am pretty gay, huh?
Yeah, see, it took a dude's sperm to make that girl. So
Yeah.
if you like her, you're gay.
Exactly. Man, look at this Juggernaut. He's bulky, eh?
Yeah,
That
he
looks
is.
great. So yeah, this is our new Juggy. I don't really know. I don't even know what his name is. I didn't have time to read what his name was. But
I read it. I don't remember.
Me too. I
yeah.
don't know. Fucking clue.
But
Look at how shit this looks. Look at, I mean, just the boring ass. This is an X-Men book, and look at this boring ass art. I mean, just aside from the subject matter, just look at like. And here we are. Where are we? We're in a bakery. Is there anything interesting that happens? You know.
It's like either a coffee shop or a bakery or a restaurant. It's like, yeah.
Well, he meets the guy he wants to fuck, so it's important.
Yeah. And then he can't say small coffee. He says, "Oh, call Smoffy." Okay, gotcha.
He goes, "Can I get a small coffee, please?" And he turns his head around. He's like, "What?" And it's this hot guy. This is your Timothée Chalamet.
Why is the Asian Juggernaut suddenly Mexican?
Oh, that's a good question. Maybe the shading.
You go up. Okay, so here's a guy coming in who's like black
the hot
t-shirt with a vest. No, but there's a guy who's like obviously darker skinned.
Mhm.
The Asian guy, I assume, is the guy in the apron. I assume, and then like here he is over here in the hat.
I think
So
they're
I assume
both
that's the
Asian.
same guy.
I think
But,
orange brown vest guy and gay jugs. They're both. I think they're both Asian.
Okay, so one is much darker, but then you go down.
Yeah. And this is love interest guy.
And they've mixed up the skin tones. Him and his friend. Look, in panel 1 and 2, he's got dark skin, but then in panel 4, he's light skinned again.
Yeah, it's because of lighting.
Is it? Because no.
It looks like the character
because his shirt is the same color when he's in panel 4 as it is in panel 1 and 2. So it's not the lighting.
Well, it's because
It
the
looks like
Juggernaut
the
power. The lighting of the Juggernaut is different when he has the power. It feeds off.
But he doesn't have the power yet. That happens later when the shirt just randomly rips apart.
But I thought that was like a past thing that happened before because he's all fucking muscular now. I thought that was like a flashback.
I'm glad we can have 2 panels that are dedicated to one with no dialogue and then hello, doing the rub in the back of the neck thing like a manga. Like I'm glad we wasted 2 panels of real estate on that. And however many pages of this meet cute.
Yeah, this is a very manga-esque.
Is there ever a gay character in a story where the story doesn't feature them meeting somebody that they're going to have sex with?
No.
Is there ever just like a gay character that goes on an adventure?
Nope.
We can't have
fun in that. Where's the story?
Gay people
in
don't
that?
go on adventures. Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't happen in my life.
Yeah. You can't be a master of hoops and dating.
All right, so this bitch wrote for a show called
XO Kitty, yeah.
Kitty,
oh
and
no,
the Quantum Leap reboot.
Yeah, she was the writer of the recent Silk series too for Marvel.
Yes.
So.
And now she's so broke because Hollywood cut its own throat with the strikes that she's slumming it in comics for $25 a page for this stripe.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Wait, but
I don't think
don't
he's
you guys-
gotten.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, Kyle, we're talking about he's not Juggernaut yet.
Oh.
He hasn't gotten it yet.
Oh,
He's
I
muscular here. Yeah.
What the fuck? I thought he. All right.
But
Jesus.
he's got this like see-through mesh tank top with the Dazzler poster. Do you guys think he's really gay? I don't think he's gay.
Clearly,
I don't think they're pushing the gay button hard enough to let us know that he's gay. I'm still on the fence.
What
we
about
haven't
like
leaned
a
into
Luna
enough
Snow
stereotypes.
poster, too?
They should have a Judy Garland song playing, and, or some Pet Shop Boys.
Needs to be more Nightmare on Elm Street 2. Him unpacking his boxes and
that's right.
Dresser with his butt and everything else. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go back up a second. Can we talk about this scene that's like reminiscent of Lady in the Water by M. Night Shyamalan with the like overly stereotypical Asian character that's like, Mr. Heap, my mom said she's telling you more story.
Hariko!
Yeah.
Hariko Ryrie, you disturb me.
The mom comes in, she's like, I need to tell you about your father. Okay, I leave now.
Asshole. All right.
Yeah. Only for him to then like magically get a package delivered from his dead dad.
Then he throws his calculator. Then he throws his calculator against the wall, and it's filled with tokens for an underground subway train.
Oh no!
Wait, please, I've got to go back and read this dialogue. Please go back up to the mom. I've got to. So she comes in, and they're like asking. They found out that the dad passed away. Like the mom, even her telling that he shows up for work, and he's like, "Mom, are you okay?" And she's like, "I have to tell you something. Your father died," and then that's it. There's no other conversation there. It's just literally just that.
Like maybe you should have saved those beats in the coffee shop of like no panel, no dialogue, and then hello. Maybe you should have saved those beats for this moment, which is infinitely more important.
Gay versus like your dad dying. I don't know. Tough to say. I don't know.
You literally have her coming into the room saying, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm okay. Are you?" And then she's like, "I want to talk about your father." And then you have this little paragraph right here where she's like, "There's a lot I didn't tell you about him, mostly because your appa didn't hold on, that's small. Didn't want you to know. But now that he's gone, I feel like you have a right to know. Plus, it may help you understand him, maybe even forgive him. I need to go to the lawyer's office to sort out his estate."
Oh
she's
my
like,
God.
"I want to tell you about your dad." Not like, "We'll do it after." She's just like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna go now."
Josh, I don't know how to tell you this. Your dad's dead. There's some more stuff I need to tell you, but I gotta run. Maybe save the news for when you have time to actually sit down with me. Also,
yeah,
God,
this is reminiscent of the Miami. Have you ever seen the Miami Connection, Josh?
I don't think so.
Okay, there's a part where just a character just starts talking about his dad out of nowhere, and he's like, "It was real hard for me and my mom because my dad was black and my mom was Korean, and then he left and we didn't know, and then the other day I got a letter and the letter said that he's still alive, and like it's first of all, it's one of the greatest monologues ever. It comes out of nowhere and it's delivered so sincerely from a guy who's trying his best.
Did they cover that on Red Letter Media?
I think they have. They've also covered it on Fanboy Flicks. Let me see if I can find see if I can find the. I'll try and look it up here. Let's see.
Jesus, that was that.
Max,
that
you gotta
sounded
look at
like
how
an
bad-
NPC in an MMO. Like you walk up to a character and they're like, "Let me tell you this story, traveler."
Exactly.
All right. See you later. Have a good one. Oh,
That's
hello,
right.
traveler. How are you?
The
Kyle, I need you to bring me 13 Murloc eyes. And then you're killing Murlocs, and some of them have no eyes, and you're like, are there just a bunch of eyeless Murlocs running around here?
Of course, right now of all times. Now what I needed is not here. Yep.
Josh, you wanted me to go up?
What's that really shitty movie? I can't think of it now. That's like supposed to be the worst movie of all time.
The Room?
The Room?
Yeah, The Room. That's it.
Mhm.
So these transitions in this comic remind me of The Room. Like where they're like, I mean, you have that, and then it's all like she leaves, and then immediately cuts to, "Oh, we got a package for whatever his name is." He's like, "What? This is from Korea," and then he puts the thing on, and I guess Juggernaut's out if you want to consider that. And then he's like, "Oh, I feel sick. I'm gonna hurl," and he touches the wall. A hole bust in the wall, and then you go right back to the mom suddenly returning home after being gone apparently for hours, even though it was like 2 pages, and she's like, "Junsung, you're Juggernaut?" Yeah, like great, thanks, Mom. Love the transitions.
You said the name. You said the thing.
Yeah,
You said the
yeah.
title. Yay!
Hey, he's the Juggernaut.
It's like the equivalent of like, "Oh, hello, kitty." Like, come on.
Or when he goes, "You're my favorite customer."
Okay,
Yeah.
bye.
Okay, bye. Nice doggy. Okay, bye.
Yeah, that shit.
Okay, wait, I have it. I'm going to paste it in the private chat here. By the way, I like that she had to go to the lawyer and then came back almost immediately.
Yeah. So this is where we get the secondary origin or alternate origin. A Crimson Stone, unlike any other on Earth, who is the source of unimaginable power, touched and made a conduit for that power. Turned him into the Juggernaut. He became the champion for the mystical entity known as Sidorak, a terrifying, all-powerful deity, blah, blah, blah. And then the son goes, "Wait, you're talking about the supervillain Juggernaut?" And she goes, "Yes, well, today the world knows him as the Juggernaut, as Cain Marco. But what most people don't know is that there have been many juggernauts. Cain Marko is the juggernaut who succeeded your grandfather. Dun dun dun. So I guess there was one before.
Appropriated Ara Juggernaut.
No, that's the Japanese who are taking over the Koreans. Here.
Oh,
yeah. So I guess.
But what you didn't know was some retro bullshit that we're going to insert in here, so that we can,
exactly.
Oh my gosh.
So then I guess the spirit of the Sidorak whatever asked the Juggernaut or the original Juggernaut or whatever you want to call it, the fake Juggernaut, to like destroy his home village, and he was like, "No, I refuse." And so that's when Cain Marko took over and killed this guy. It was like, "Yeah, you suck. I'm a much better Juggernaut. Take that." And then that's
cool.
And then that's when I stopped.
Juggernaut's never mentioned that in any of his appearances. Did you even know that I once killed another Juggernaut? It was crazy.
Weird how that never came up. And like
any in the America coming over and bashing Korea and the fucking face pieces of shit.
In the decades
time I
worth of
wiped out
material.
Korea. Yeah.
So, but that's where I stopped reading.
I hate Marvel Comics so much. If Marvel Comics went out of business tomorrow, I don't think I'd shed a tear.
No. I'd actually, if I did shed a tear, it would be like for joy. So, but yeah, I don't know if you guys finished this book. I couldn't read it after that because I was
that far. I was like, I got it.
I get it.
I mean,
all you really could have done is just seen this scene where he goes, call small coffee coming right up. And then you could have just been, all right, I'm done with this. I don't need to watch it.
Coffee's here for you.
Coffee's here for you.
No, it's not coffee's here for you. It's coffee's here! ! For you.
For you.
Coffee's here for you.
For you. For you. Coffee's here for you.
You know, Rob Liefeld.
Yeah. Well, what is the inflection?
We truly are in a golden age of storytelling, Rob Liefeld. You're absolutely right.
Oh my god. Oh man.
Genius.
So wait, what is that inflection, Josh? Coffee's here for you, or is it?
How about coffee's here for you?
But it's got two So would the two exclamation points still have that same tone though?
Oh wait, no, you're right, because it would for you is more gentle. So you would have to, so it's coffee's here for you.
No soup for you.
No soup for you.
Well, you can see if he's excited because he wants to fuck him. Then the guy would be like, "Whoa, thanks, I guess." But,
here's your cold smuffy.
Yeah.
I want to put this coffee in your butt. I mean, I want to put something else in your butt. I mean, your butt.
Dang it, for you.
I want all 8 of those panels on a page. Well worth it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Let's get a palate cleanser, shall we? Savage Sword of Conan. Dun 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 dun.
I think you should play. I think you should play the clip before we move away from Juggernaut.
Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just to go with that your father, he's dead, and I have to go to the lawyer. We'll talk later.
Is this copyright free?
That's I mean, nobody cares about this movie. It's
okay.
It's up on YouTube. It's up on YouTube. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Good.
Get ready, boys, for some acting.
Oh, I can't wait.
Hey guys, I'm taking a shower first. Go for it, Jim.
Hey Jim, I got a letter for you.
A letter?
It's from Washington D.C.
Hey, give it to me.
What's the story?
Give it to me.
Huh?
Give me the letter. Secret? Give me the letter. Give me the damn letter now. Give me the letter.
Okay, you can have it.
Give me the letter now.
Get it, grab it.
Give me the letter now.
Wait, pause this a second. Originally this extended scene with them fighting over the letter didn't make it into the original cut of the movie, but they restored it. Aren't you glad?
Thank God. I needed that character.
What's going on here?
I really wanted Michael Phelps and some other black guy trying to get this letter.
What are you trying to do? Wake up the neighbors?
Get some work done.
You would have had enough done from that street.
I'm sorry. I'll get some. That's how serious
Oh, he just looks like a vacuum of charisma. That small little Asian guy.
Yes. Now, can you remember can you think of any time you've gotten a letter and every one of your friends came in from every room of your shared house to find out what you got a letter about? You're like,
read it out loud for us. Yeah,
it's from the DMV, guys. I have to renew my license.
Yay!
Wake up the neighbors or
Jeff,
what?
seen no faction for one night?
Tell me what happened. Get enough, I'll tell you.
You guys fighting or what?
What happened? This letter.
What letter?
Tell me, what happened? I don't know. He won't tell me. Huh? Jim.
What happened?
Jim, what is this letter?
Tell us. Go ahead. Tell us.
Why don't you explain to us?
Come on.
We need all of you to say, why can't you just tell us?
They're really setting up the importance of this letter, guys. This is
Did he read that whole letter in the second
to
that...
us.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Why don't you explain it to us? Wait, he read the letter and then crumpled it up and threw it away?
Threw it
And,
down,
like,
and now he's going to go into his soliloquy here. But,
Oh,
okay, so the little Asian guy, he's the star of the movie, believe it or not.
Oh no,
because
love
he
it,
does
yeah.
the martial arts. By the way, all these guys
Okay.
all these guys live together, and they're in a band called Dragon Sound, and they sing songs about friendship, about being friends.
Oh my god.
We're friends forever, together through thick and thin, like that kind of shit. But they're also fighting. They're also fighting the Miami connection of ninjas that some drug lord has brought into town.
That makes
As you
sense.
do.
Oh, is this like Rock and Roll Ninja?
Oh, yeah.
It is. This is the prototype for Rock
All
and Roll
right.
Ninja.
Friends.
Sorry, I was hiding from this from you guys.
All right.
But this looks like your brother. I didn't know you have a brother.
It's my father.
What? This is your real father?
Yes, it is.
Are you sure? I didn't know you had a father. I thought we are all orphans.
Wait, that's a little racist. I didn't know you had a father.
I assume
didn't
you
know
black, you don't know father.
I didn't know you had a father. I assume you hatch from egg, break out of shell with egg tooth.
We all hatch from egg, right?
Yeah.
Look at that
Yes.
fucking dude's mullet. I love it.
I said, look at his stash.
Look at that.
Jesus.
It's good to see John Oates did some movie work.
It's really, you can feel the emotion.
My mother was Korean. And my father was Black American.
What?
She gave me this picture when she was real sick. I was only 9 years old. They say that they loved each other and they were real loyal. We were real happy. But then when he finished military duty, he left. And we never saw him again. She told me to find him. But I didn't like him because he left us. But I knew one day when I grew up, I'd find him. Haven't looked whether he was dead or alive. I sent a couple letters to the Defense Department.
Oh my God, that really went on forever.
So you,
we're stream sniping ourselves.
I just want the guy. I want the guy, one of the guys in the background, to just go like, you know, he's doing that whole. By the way, just next job interview that one of you guys have, just go in there and break into that whole that whole speech,
Oh,
please,
God.
and send me video of it.
Not a dry eye in the house.
I just want one of the guys behind him, like him, to finish that whole thing, and then just kind of go. So, you still taking for a shower there, big guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was pretty good. I need to watch that whole movie now.
Oh, there's some great stuff, like that one part where the Asian guy says, like, there is a quick exchange in there that's very much like the "nice doggy, you're my favorite customer." Where it's where the Asian guy says, "You'll when you watch it, Max, you'll see it." But he goes, "You don't frighten me at all, at all,
at all," and then that's it.
Yeah, it's just like there's a bunch of staccato like dialogue like falling over each other, and then he says that, and it's just like, and the scene ends.
Oh, and that's it.
That one you cut. All right, got it.
Mm-hmm.
We nailed it, guys. Yeah, we got the scene. So we'll end on this one tonight because I think the other ones that I read was Godzilla vs. Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man, Weapon X-Men, Feral.
Feral's good.
Farrell's very good this month. Gideon is still not in the book, so I will make sure. I need to email Trish and see if she can get Gideon in the book. But I have not seen him. I've sent him 2 or 3 emails now, so I want to make sure we get our boy in the book. So, Weapon X-Men, I thought kicked butt. I thought it was a lot of fun. The art is great. It's not gonna change lives, but it shouldn't be canceled. Like if it's between Nyx and Weapon X-Men is like eons better than Nyx, and yet both are getting canceled. So
that's a shame.
Yeah, I haven't. If I'm being honest, Weapon X-Men for me is just lost it after that first issue.
Yeah, I stopped reading it. I couldn't stand it. Again, Deadpool talks too fucking much.
It's Deadpool, really?
But even he breaks the fourth wall. Anytime he breaks the fourth wall, I'm like, your story doesn't matter.
Yep,
your story doesn't matter.
Yep.
See, I think, and it's tough because I like Deadpool is insufferable in really any context for me, but for some reason, Joe Casey's writing has been good enough to where I haven't wanted to just tear the book in half. Because anytime I see that yellow bubble, I always just skip it. I always just go, "Oh, I'm not reading this."
That first issue for me was passable. Like it was the right, but issue 2 and this issue for me, like it was right back to insufferable. Like just the moment I saw that yellow bubble and he's talking about the like Wolverine showing back up and like, oh, did I see the show back up? I did. I'm like, Jesus Christ! Like it was a boner killer.
He does have a pretty gnarly exposition dump there. Yeah. And then Godzilla versus Spider-Man was like, there were some things that I liked and things that I hated, and then
did you like Nick Lowe? Did you like Nick Lowe trying to be cutesy and because he's so charming and personable and everybody loves him so much?
And all the little editor notes.
Jesus, those fucking that was gay ass editor notes. I was like, shut the
that was the
fuck
worst part
up.
about it. Yeah. What did you guys think about Godzilla getting the symbiote, though?
What else are they going to do?
Yeah,
it's a house of idea. You get a symbiote, and you get a symbiote, and you get a symbiote, and you get a symbiote.
Yeah.
Had they decided to do this like 20 years ago, and they're like, "Hey, we're going to do a Godzilla Spider-Man crossover," and Godzilla got the symbiote, I think people might have been like,
"That's
shocking."
Godzilla with the symbiote, yo, this is gonna be crazy. But you also would have had a talented writer and a talented artist on it. So,
how does Godzilla's power set improve with the symbiote? Aside from it increasing his physical strength exponentially, what does he gain from it?
He looks cool.
He looks
cool. From
That's
the
it.
toys is
That's it.
yeah.
But you're not going to get the toys because the license is held by 2 different companies.
Well,
so I'm going to have to customize it for you if you want one, Kyle. You're going to have to send me a Godzilla. And I'm going to have to spray him black and then paint all the white on there.
There we go.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but on the Venom symbiote like icon on his chest, it's just it's like an outline of Godzilla. It wasn't like some cool logo.
Wait, it's not like a cool version of his face or anything. It's just his whole body.
It's his whole body. Here, I'll see if I can pull it up. It's really funny.
Wow. Yep.
And then at the end we get God symbiote, or what was it? God Venom?
No.
God.
No is in the issue.
I've already seen Mark Miller do a T-Rex with the Venom symbiote. I don't.
Right.
This isn't really like blowing my mind.
Godzilla looked really short in this. Notice a lot of buildings were towering over Godzilla. That was weird.
See,
clearly you've never seen a Godzilla movie. Okay,
so here's his tail, and then here's his head and his body.
If you did not point that out to me, maybe I would have figured it out, but also maybe I wouldn't have.
I wouldn't have.
Max was really looking at this. He really cared.
Well, because I wanted to see, I was like, Venom is known for having the cool, Spidey thing on his chest and on his back and everything. So I was like, I wonder what they're going to do with this.
But also,
I think that's the Matthew Broderick Godzilla on his chest.
Yeah, it could be. It looks like it. Yeah.
The 2000.
More lizardy, yeah.
Is it weird that he? I don't know. That's the I don't know.
Is it weird that he Josh?
Just even when he's got the symbiote on, he just doesn't look black enough.
Whoa.
Whoa. Is it more blue?
Take it easy.
Is what you're saying?
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
okay.
Why can the symbiote expand itself to cover a Godzilla-sized creature? How does its mass work?
Science.
Good question.
He's an alien. I don't know.
But this was
I like Spidey on his little model of the Starship Enterprise there that he built.
That's pretty good. I didn't even notice that. That's
what else
funny.
you got?
This was the worst caption box by far, though. When he goes for the full story to how Spidey got back into his original Union suit, science shocker gear, and liberated the Mole Man Kingdom in the process. Check out the upcoming Tangled Web of Spider-Man miniseries Plot Holes on sale soon. Not a real thing, Nick. It's like, that's hilarious.
Go F yourself, Nick Lowe.
Mm-hmm.
You're not funny. You're not funny, and nothing that you do is additive to this already mediocre crossover.
Yeah. I mean,
He's like, you know what this needed? This needed some of my delightful personality injected into it.
And it is by far the worst thing about the book, for sure.
And then to say like that the book is called Plot Holes because there's plot holes in this book that I'm in charge of. And then like earlier when he says the thing about like Mary Jane and he's like, I don't know what's going on with Mary Jane. It's like, yeah, we know you don't. We know you don't because you don't care about your job. You don't do your job. You suck.
It's like, I remember in, I think it was college, we were doing like a theater production, and one of the guys in the show.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
What'd you say?
Check.
Don't you dare just gloss over that.
I'm not glossing
over
this.
Say?
Oh, I was in a theater show.
You got to be fucking kidding me. What?
Was it Newsies?
Me, la 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 la. No, I'm kidding.
It was Newsies, wasn't it? Were you crutchy?
But I was in a
you
theater show.
were crutchy.
It was the Taming of the Shrew. It was actually in high school.
Okay.
But
now it's high school.
Okay.
Yeah. So we were doing Taming of the Shrew, and one of the students didn't memorize the monologue. So instead of trying to remember the monologue and maybe getting a couple sentences and then going on to his next scene, he went out into the audience, broke the fourth wall, and said, "This is a monologue I did not memorize," and then went back into his scene and then continued to do the rest of the show. And all of us slapped our face and we were like, what are you doing? No one thought that was funny. And it's exactly what this whole Nick Lowe, like,
Time
this
out.
is not. Yeah.
We're hitting pause for a second.
What
kind of director is letting you go to where you're performing without knowing that you don't have this line memorized?
Was
that off the cuff, or did you practice that?
I think this kid probably wanted, like, he either forgot the monologue or he didn't memorize all of it, and so he riffed it. It was a riff. So that
it wasn't
night,
like
he just and our director was furious because he thought that the kid knew the monologue enough, but I guess not. So
yeah, he Nick Lowe'd it.
Yeah.
See, yeah. So that all that being said, yes, I'm gay. Yeah, I did theater, but more, but to the fact of the matter is that he Nick Lowe'd it.
So does Josh just go like this anytime Max says anything that like builds up evidence that he might be gay, secretly gay?
Yeah.
Just like check.
Do you guys want to explain the context behind
Aaron,
that?
this started in Dallas, and you will get many examples of it this year in Dallas. Just be ready.
It started, yeah. I think maybe you were in the chat for this, Aaron, but it started when I was criticizing
the Airbnb,
the home decor.
I would have gated up with you because I've watched plenty of home shows with friends.
Yeah,
like
I was
like,
like,
it's like I have female friends and be like, hey, oh god, those curtains do not match the carpet. Like they don't.
Yeah.
At all. Who chose these photos on the wall?
Mm-hmm.
It was so random and out of nowhere too, because it was like, if I were designing this, I would have, and it's just like we're over here talking about like, oh, Conan, and
that was not.
This.
I think we were like arm wrestling or something. We were doing like man
smoking cigars,
smashing beer cans against the forehead.
Yeah.
Josh had a carburetor on the kitchen table.
That's
He was
right.
repairing.
I don't know why, but he did.
Right.
Kyle was shooting a gun in the living room with some targets he'd set up.
It's fucking Texas. Why not?
You know, there are actually some pretty cool dry fire tools that you can use. Like if you have your sidearm or your firearm or whatever, you can just do dry fire in your living room, and you don't have to actually shoot up any holes in there. So
Max,
Don't
it's
try
okay.
to convince us of your masculinity now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Easy theater boy.
Dang it! I thought that'd trick you guys with something. So yeah, but anyway, yeah, Josh and Kyle looked at each other and gave each other this look like that's super gay. So then throughout the rest of the week, I would keep doing these little things. They were like, dude, that's really, that's still being gay. So they both had this agreement that every time they'd like check off like, oh, yep, he did that, or he
Check.
did this. And so from then on, it just became a check. A check mark.
Yeah, let's
But
go
you
get
know
breakfast.
what's
Oh, I have to change clothes.
yeah.
Oh God! I forgot my Lady Gaga mixtape.
Yeah,
I was waiting for it.
Where's my Dazzler poster?
I will get you one. Don't worry.
I love the new
thank God.
Juggernaut.
Yeah, he reminds me just like me.
Have you guys read Tim Sheridan's Green Lantern? Oh, it's to die for.
To die for.
To die for. You know what's to die for though? Savage Sword of Conan. I still cannot believe we are blessed with a book that is what, $7, $8? How much is this thing?
Yeah.
Something like $7 or $8, where you get, I mean, easily over 40 pages of material in here.
Mhm.
And I'd say maybe even 60. You get like 3 or 4 different short stories. You get poems. You get splash pages. Like Conan, Savage Sword of Conan is by far one of the best things that's on the racks every single week. And I highly encourage everyone to pick it up. Did y'all have so yeah, here we go. There was the Conan Treasure of the Vermin Queen, Conan When I Was Young, I Met a King, Cormac Fitz Joffrey, Live by the Sword, Conan Coils of the Golden Empress, Conan the Wuthering. And then you have a couple, like tons of different pinups in here. Did you guys have a favorite story, or did you read something or see one of the pinups that like caught your eye or anything like that?
Hey, Liam
I have
Sharp
not read. I have
had a
not read this
story
one
in
yet.
here. Yeah, Liam Sharp's was by far and away the best.
Is it Liam Sharp? I didn't think it
yeah.
was Liam.
Oh yeah.
Wait,
This
are you
first story
sure?
is funny. The first story is hilarious.
I did
I
enjoy
was
him.
laughing an awful lot.
I did think it was wild that they
These
decided
fucked
to
up baby kids.
murder babies.
Treasure.
Yeah.
Help us with the treasure, Conan. And he's like, I will help you get this treasure. The fucked up babies he's killing.
Yeah. That was he's
I mean, look at
squishing
that.
this one's head and
Look at that
ripping
thing.
the
those things deserve to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they don't have any, yeah, their will to live is, he's like stomping on this one and it's like, exploding. Like, yeah, just awful. But yeah, the art wasn't too bad on this. This was like a gross but like funny, over the top, goofy action adventure, like dungeon thriller, where he learns mercy. That was his treasure all along. So better told story than anything Marvel put out this week. So
I guarantee you, it's better than anything Marvel's put out this month or
yeah, right.
prior. And I haven't even read it yet.
This was a sick pinup.
Max MG wants to know how much musical theater was in Conan that you enjoyed it so much.
Oh God. Actually, there's a poem, so there's a little bit of theater in there. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I could not finish this one. I just could not see what was going on. Like, this was just,
it was tough to follow. I appreciated this kid being around
Yeah.
Conan, seeing him live the life of Conan, and then this kid then growing up to be this fucking badass warrior because he was following Conan.
Yes.
I get it. I love the story. I like what it was trying to say, but yeah, a lot of times I'm like, oh boy. Very tough to read with some of the art.
tough to follow, tough to read, tough to conceptualize what's happening with some of the art. Not saying that the artist isn't talented. I just wish there was a little bit more control over what was going on over here.
Agreed. Maybe coloring this one probably would have been a little better. I think black and white may not have helped this one.
Yeah. But you're right, Kyle. I mean, very rarely do we see a young boy being mentored by a heroic, man who ends up sacrificing himself so that this young boy can then leave and become something great. But yeah, the story is when I was young, I met a king, and cool concept for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish they did it a little bit better.
When I was a young man, I met a
Okay, I think this was maybe my favorite of the book, and it's basically all it is just Jim Zub's poem with Dan Panosian's art, but it's about brotherhood and the men who have died in battle and their kinship set with swords. It's sick. This is what I want set at my funeral. It's pretty badass.
All done in what theater? What
yeah, right. In what theater performance? Our brother bonds shall never break.
Max, I'm at your funeral. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to say it gives me great pleasure that Max is gone and that I have the knowledge that I could have done something to stop it.
Oh God. I don't think people would much like you after that, unfortunately.
if it's everybody that you that you do shows with, we're all gonna love it because we know that there's no greater form of love than dissing your homie on his way out.
Absolutely.
Dang. Real would recognize Real.
Max was super gay, and as he travels on into the afterlife, I can only assume he will be more so. Off flitting around with his little wings.
He has received his final check mark. He is now
final check.
Wait, Max got another check while I was gone?
No, we're
when he dies, he will.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he'll have those fruity little angel wings that he's flying around on.
But I think you guys also have to realize I'll most likely die without being married, which is super gay too. So
Max,
I'll be
dead so long before you. You don't even have to worry about me at your funeral.
I don't know about that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But
I'd like to think that we'll die back to back, swords drawn.
Yes,
in this hour, let us draw swords together.
If only that would be the way to go out, man. But
now, when you say swords drawn, do you?
That was definitely Liam Sharp, bro.
Oh my God! Yeah, you're right. It is Liam Sharp. Wow.
Well, maybe if he wouldn't have drawn so much, I could have read the text.
Nice roots on the tree, dickhead.
Yeah. Would that take you 2 days, you bitch? What being mean to the guy for being good?
I know.
What
nice detail.
What are you proud of your craft?
Yeah.
Damn, you actually tried? Why did you try?
Comics. What are you doing?
When I came across this, it reminded me of that Brave and Bold book he did with Batman and Wonder Woman.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Art wise.
Yeah.
God, this gives me rights and vibes, and I love it so much.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Lady bits.
Okay, so this makes so much more sense because I was blown away by this art, and I was like, "Who is this guy?" And I kept saying it looks so much like Liam Sharp,
but better. Oh shit, it is Liam Sharp.
But better.
That's how I met Aaron Lopresti the first time, right? Dumb kid at my first convention.
Awesome.
I'm walking by a table, and I say to my brother, "This looks like Aaron Lopresti art." These original pages, and then he's like, "I hope so. I'm Aaron Lopresti."
Oh, that's hilarious.
No, you're not.
It didn't even occur to me that artists went and set up tables. I'd never been. I didn't know.
That's true. That's fair.
Yeah. No, you're not.
You're not.
Aaron Lopresti's way better looking than this.
Yeah. Like a foot taller.
And like a foot taller. But this is so sick, man. Liam Sharp just really and the fact that he's able to do multiple pages for this. I know Roberto De La Torre did the last a big, chunk of the last issue, but like this, dude, that looks like a photo. This is unreal.
Yeah.
So, I wonder how much time it took him to do this.
Right? Like every little leaf And I know I'm just talking about detail, but also the composition of a lot of these pages is great too. Just how everything is laid out. Yeah, it's beautiful. Each one looks like a painting.
Yeah. His
And that
paneling.
that last panel where it's just like the white background, it's like he knows when, it's like obviously he's a master. He knows when to pull back for, effect, when less is more.
Yep.
100%. Yeah, because like down here, like we just got a ton of ink and action, and there's a lot of thrill, and then there needs to be a little bit of silence as Conan kind of, respectfully honors this warrior who's just passed away. And so, like you said, he's left this kind of open white blank space to allow there to be time to focus on these two warriors respecting each other. Dude, it's just crazy how much art can speak for itself without any dialogue.
Yeah,
Tell that to Nick Lowe.
Yeah. But that's what happens when you get good creators. It's like, wow, so that's a real thing that happens. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Want to know who this guy is and why he's so important? Too bad, not going to tell you, dickhead.
I don't know. I'm gonna make up a thing because I'm funny.
Yeah, I'm going to call it the book about potholes. That's got by your naughty Nick Lowe. Like everything had to be an alliteration. It was like, ugh, I hate this.
Burn in hell.
Narcissist.
Yeah. But any other last I mean, I'm thankful that they ended with this story because it really is like this and the Jim Zub poem are the highlights of the book for sure.
Yeah.
But you end on Liam Sharp. It's like go out on a high note, like
yes.
Marvel will put the shitty backup story by No Talent Hacks. Well, I mean, with Marvel, it's you get a primary story by No Talent Hacks, and then you get an even shittier backup story by No Talent Hacks. So it's like you end with a really bad taste in your mouth. This was like, no, let's put that Liam Sharp art. Yeah. Let's put that at the end, so that when they finish, they just go, damn.
Yep. They knew what they had. And Jim Zub was like, you could end with me, but it's like, no. You see Liam Sharp, it's like, nope. I know where to put my story compared to this.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, Jim, we loved. So we're thinking you're going to be here, and then we'll put Liam Sharp. And he's like, wait, Liam Sharp is doing a story? Let me see that. And then he goes, no. Absolutely not. This goes at the back. Because if they haven't made Jim like their Kevin Feige for Titan Comics, I don't know what they're doing.
No, I think he has pretty wide control over all of this.
Okay, cool.
They know what they've got. So
yeah, the man is a scholar on this stuff, so he knows best and more than anyone. So
that Liam Sharp story is so quintessentially Conan and so awesome that it makes me want to call my dad. Because you're just like,
hell yeah,
it's like that's something you gotta share with your dad, man. You're like, I just read this great Conan story, man, and I'm gonna send you a copy.
And he's like, cool, thanks. I'll read
like,
it. Yeah.
we should go deep sea fishing or something.
Yeah. So yeah, any other thoughts or anything else on Conan Savage Sword? Are we enjoying Savage Sword or are we enjoying Conan the Barbarian more? The Conan the Barbarian is the main title. It's just the floppy issue with Jim Zub. Savage Sword is the magazine style format that's coming out every month. Both are completely different. So I don't know if you can effectively compare the two, but
I can't say that I love one more than the other. I think,
yeah,
I'm getting different things out of both. So
yeah.
They both have their flaws, different flaws. Like they're both not perfect, and that's fine. And that's kind of what I like about them, really. And yeah, they're both so different, but so good. And they're very interesting pieces of Conan that they're both need to be consumed for sure.
And I think consumed, but also enjoyed, because there's I think within our culture today, it's easy for us to go like, oh, consume product or consume content. But with Savage Sword in particular, I tend to be more intentional about it because you have to read. It's like a 30 to 45-minute read. It takes you a while to read the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
So like I'll normally grab a coffee or, put on some music, or like I will actually take the time to like just sit down and just nothing else around me and just like read because it takes so long. So that I think is something that I don't get from the other Conan book, but I think the other Conan book may be better written just because Jim Zub's on the whole thing. So all right. Well, I think that is about it, but I just want to say thank you to our very special guest this evening, Aaron Sparrow, for coming on. And I appreciate you being willing to pop on for a little bit, man, because I know that, the drama surrounding the Yellow Flash and Rippaverse and ComicsGate and all that stuff is messy, but it's always good to have someone like an outside source of information and insight on that as well. So I appreciate you popping on. And
yeah, I was happy to.
Yeah.
In
Cool.
my very, very like wrinkly shirt.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I do my regular pajama t-shirt every night, and it works great. So everyone's looking at all the books.
He
and stuff.
wore that shirt to the convention. Don't let him lie to you.
Oh, did I?
You wear it somewhere. I just remember because of the white.
Okay. Little
white. So, yeah.
Little stitching.
Yeah, I
little
can't
logo.
whistle. I'm sad I missed that Yellow Flash conversation too. I kind of had some thoughts I wanted to share. So,
I think your other probably did a better job of.
okay.
Like
so
you're,
we didn't.
You're good.
We didn't want a balanced take on that one. We just wanted to.
No.
Okay.
No, well, because you're better for like comic book discussion. Like you can articulate yourself well there, but I think we needed McDizzy for the Yellow Flash stuff.
Fair.
Well, McDizzy just texted me. The test came back positive. So I guess that's good. I guess that's very positive.
Yeah.
Positive is always good.
Big ups on whatever it was.
I like
burn, baby, burn.
I like in The Office when Michael, it's Michael's birthday, and Kevin is waiting to hear back from getting like he might have skin cancer. Mm-hmm. So Michael goes to Kevin and he's like, "Well, what is it?" And Kevin goes, "It's negative." And Michael like throws down his stuff. He's like, "We're gonna get it through together, man." And he's like, "No, that's negative's good."
Negative means I don't have a skin cancer.
Yeah. So on a positive note, though, and not on a negative note, on a positive note, I really appreciate everyone who came out tonight. Thank you all so much for the tons of super chats. Yeah, thank you all for the super chats, and we met our goal tonight, which means that we will be doing a live, or not a live video, but a recorded video that we'll be releasing on Monday. So you guys will get that. And appreciate the support from everyone. And I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your weekend. Anything else before we head out? You guys can find the Kneel Before Doomface book in the description, as well as Josh's channel. And then I will make sure that if you can still get Seeds of Evil, the Ash Can edition, I will make sure that we still have that link there as well. But if there's any other housekeeping that I didn't do, let me know and we'll call it an evening.
I want to hear like Seeds of Evil in like the Resident Evil voice, and then like just the logo drips down.
Yeah,
ooh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I can dig that.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Be like the Goosebumps title, and the slime's like kind of like crawling down.
Just like
or Tales from the Crypt. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
There's a whole lot of runny logos.
There's a lot of runny logos, especially in the 90s.
Yeah.
Well, sweet. Thank you again, everyone, so much for the support. Love y'all. Have a wonderful weekend. Catch these guys on tomorrow morning, Saturday, for Aficionados, right, Aaron? You'll be there?
Yep, we'll be there.
Cool. Sweet. All right. Well, thanks, everyone, again, and we'll talk to you soon.